an electron. So initially it was like that, 2, 7, but now it has gained an electron here from magnesium. Because it has gained an electron, the electrons are more than the protons by 1, so we put a negative charge here. Put a negative there. And then because we had 2 fluorine atoms, we'll also have 2 fluoride ions. So magnesium ion Mg2+, and this is 2,8 as the arrangement because it has lost 2 electrons. 2 positive because 2 electrons have been lost. This is a fluoride ion F negative, and these are 2, 8, and there are 2 of them. 2 fluoride ions. And you can say that the compound formed is magnesium fluoride, which is MgF2, because we have 2 fluoride ions combining with 1 magnesium ion. So the formula is MgF2. We used 2 fluorine atoms because magnesium is losing 2, but fluorine can only gain 1. So we can also have another one of formation of magnesium oxide. And this one we can directly go to the diagram. So magnesium and oxygen. 12P, 12N. So that is magnesium. (282) plus oxygen. Oxygen is 8P8N. We use the dots here. So the arrangement is 2, 6 because the total number of electrons. So oxygen is 2, 6. So we say that oxygen atom arrangement is O, 2, 6. So in this case, we are saying that magnesium is losing 2 electrons and oxygen is gaining 2 electrons to attain a stable arrangement. So the 2 electrons lost by magnesium will be gained by oxygen. So the diagram after that result that diagram will not fit here. Let's just is a continuation. Let's have it here. The product. So we'll have 12P, 12N for magnesium. So these will be 1, 2. We usually put the electrons in pairs unless it is 1. So that is 2,8 magnesium after losing 2 electrons. So after losing 2, it acquires 2 positive charge. Then we have oxygen. Oxygen was 8p8n. The arrangement was 2,6. Now it is 2,8 because it has gained some 2 electrons here from magnesium. So by gaining, it acquires a charge that is 2 negative. So this is a magnesium ion, Mg, 2 positive. The arrangement is 2,8. Oxygen forms an oxide ion. So O2 minus, like that. And the whole of this compound is what now we are referring to as magnesium oxide, because it has a magnesium ion and an oxide ion. So there's something that is important to note here, that for nonmetals, when they form their respective ions, their name changes a bit, and we add an IDE at the end. So for oxygen, we have oxide. For chlorine, we have chloride. For fluorine, we have fluoride. So, but for the metals, the name just remains. Magnesium remains, calcium remains, sodium remains. But for the ions of nonmetals, these are the ones that we add an IDE at the end. So hence oxide, not oxygen ion, but oxide ion. Not fluorine ion, but fluoride ion. So the assignment, the first question, using a dot and cross, dot and cross diagram like the ones we are drawing, show bonding in potassium oxide, calcium chloride. Number 2, name the ion formed by phosphorus and hydrogen. So we are going to stop there. Until the next time, goodbye.
How are you, dear learner? Welcome to today's lesson. My name is Wilson Mwangu. In the previous lesson, we learned about double imperatives. Double imperatives. And I said an imperative is a sentence that gives an order. For example, stand up is an order. So that's an imperative. So when you have 2 imperatives in one sentence, for example, stand up and go out, that is what we call double imperative. In today's lesson, we want to do something different, and that is writing. Okay? We want to write about an incident, about an experience, about something that happened while you were at home. And if you can remember the passage entitled Sidi and Kabetu at home, remember this passage, Sidi and Kabetu at home. These are cousins. So while they were at home, they had been left alone at home. they saw some people keeping items in the neighboring compound. There were electronics, very new electronics, TVs, laptops, and all that. And those people who were keeping items there were a bit worried. They were doing things in a hurry. So these two children got concerned. They thought, they suspected that those people were thieves. So they called the police. Okay? And when the police came, they actually confirmed that those people, actually there were 3 people, were the most wanted criminals in the town. So those criminals were arrested courtesy of CD and Kabetu. And in the evening, the policemen came to thank CD. They came to CD's house and thanked her for her action. So that was CD's experience at home. Today, we want to write about your experience at home. Okay? You have been left alone at home. What's your experience? So that will be our lesson objective. By the end of the lesson, the learner should be able to write about a personal experience alone, personal experience while at home alone, while at home alone. I know once in a while you are left at home alone. Maybe during school holiday, your parent has gone out, maybe has gone to work, and maybe if you are older sibling, or maybe you are the firstborn. So once in a while, you are left at home alone. So what do you normally do when you are left at home alone? I know some of you maybe play video games, you watch TV, you also do a bit of study. But on a day, maybe there's a day when something happens, something unusual happens. So we want to write about an incident, a happening on just a single day. That there's this day when you had been left at home alone, then something happened. Something unusual happened. What was it? For example, you have your pet. Maybe you have a cat as your pet. Now this cat gets stuck somewhere, okay? Maybe it dips its head in a bucket or just something in a bottle, and then the head gets stuck in that bottle. Then you try to pull out. You try to rescue this cat, but becomes a bit difficult. So you are forced to call for help from somebody else. That is an incident, an example of an incident that happened. Or maybe you're at home, you're moving down the stairs, then you tripped. Then you tripped and fell and injured yourself. And you could not help yourself. So you are forced to call for help. You had to scream loudly and call for help. And then your neighbor came to help you out. Okay? That is unusual experience. So I want you to write about something that happened while you are at home alone. And of course, it must be something bad. But at the end of the day, somebody else came to help you, and all was well, okay? That's what I'm talking about. So I'm going to give you some guidelines on how you're going to write this. Just a short passage of 3 paragraphs, okay? 3 paragraphs. So let me give you some guidelines. So I told you about something unusual that happened. Maybe it even rained heavily on that day. Okay? We normally have floods. So you're alone at home. Then it rains so heavily that your house gets flooded with water. Okay? That is unusual experience. So what did you do? Who came to help you? Right? So these are the guiding questions. Paragraph 1. Why were you left alone in the house? Okay, tell us, why were you left alone in the house? Where had everyone else gone? So you have your parents. Where had they gone? And so why were you left alone in the house? Tell us that in the first paragraph. Of course, you are going to tell us your name. Okay, tell us your name. Come and tell us your age. Tell us your name, your age, and the school that you go to. All right, and where you live, your estate, or the place where you live. Number 2, what unusual thing happened on that day? So on that day, what unusual thing happened? I've said, for example, there were floods in the house. Okay? And you're forced to climb on top of the table because the whole house was full of water. Okay? That's an unusual thing that happened. Or I give an example of your pet getting stuck somewhere and you're forced to ask for help. Okay? Or you tripped and fell somewhere and you got injured, something like that. The unusual thing that happened on that day. So who helped you? Now here we have for example, the issue of the pet getting stuck somewhere. Your cat is stuck somewhere. Who helped you? Maybe the cat was going somewhere to hide up there in the roof. Then it got stuck it got held up somewhere. So you could not pull it, it could not free itself. So you had to call for help. So who helped you? Right? Maybe your neighbor, maybe you called your cousin, you called your big sister. Who helped you? Okay? And where did they come from? Where were they? Paragraph 3. What did your parents say when they came back? So your parents have come back in the evening. What did they say? Of course, you tell them about the incident, about the happening, that your cat had gotten stuck somewhere near the roof of the house. Okay? So what did they say when they came back? And how did you feel? All right? So these are some of the guidelines that you can use. So we're going to write a 3-paragraph story about an incident that happened at home. Please be creative enough, be imaginative enough. Tell us what happened, okay? And your reaction and how you are helped. All right? For example, if a neighbor helped you, what happened after that? Did your parents thank the neighbor? Okay? Something like that. So can you be creative enough and write a 3-paragraph composition, a short one of 3 paragraphs, maybe 1 page in your exercise book, okay? Yes. And once you are done, please share with us your response. But as I've said, be creative. Write about what you have gone through, okay? What you have just gone through at home, or what you have seen somebody else go through at home, right? And please share with us your composition. My dear learner, today we are going to write about personal experience. You have been left alone at home, something happens, okay? And then eventually you get helped. You get help from somebody else. So that's what we're going to write about. So my dear learner, up to that point we shall end today's lesson. Until next time, I've been your teacher, Wilson Mwangu. Thank you so much and be blessed. See you.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi and we continue with our topic of discussion in Form 4 Chemistry, and the topic is reaction rates and reversible reactions. In the previous lesson, we explained the collision theory and activation energy, and we said that a reaction takes place as a result of effective collisions between the reacting particles. So if there are no effective collisions between the reacting particles, then a reaction cannot take place. Then we said that the minimum amount of energy that is required to have or to cause effective collisions is referred to as activation energy. And we showed how that activation energy can be represented in a graph, for instance. Then we also discussed some of the factors affecting the rate of reaction, and today we shall so number one, concentration, and we'll demonstrate this in form of an experiment to investigate the effect of change in concentration of sulfuric 6 acid on the rate of reaction. So the example that we shall have here is that we'll investigate the effect of change in concentration of sulfuric acid on the rate of reaction. And number one, or the procedure, we'll first of all measure about, let's say exact, measure 40 cubic centimeters of 2 molar sulfuric 6 acid and transfer it into a conical flask. Step number 2, we also measure 30, then 20, and 10 of 2 molar sulfuric 6 acid and transfer each volume of the ones that we've listed into its own conical flask. So we have 4 flasks. The first one has 40 cubic centimeters of 2 molar sulfuric 6 acid. The second flask has 30 cubic centimeters. The third has 20, and the last one has 10. So each of the flasks have different volumes of 2 molar sulfuric 6 acid. Then see, to the first flask, add 2 centimeters of a clean magnesium ribbon and immediately start a stopwatch. So you put 2 centimeters of a clean magnesium ribbon into the first flask, the one that has 40, and then immediately you start a stopwatch, and then measure and record the time taken for the magnesium ribbon to disappear. So the magnesium ribbon will react with the sulfuric acid until it disappears. So we measure the time taken for the magnesium ribbon to disappear. And then D, repeat the same with the other flasks while making sure you add 10 cubic centimeters, 20 cubic centimeters, and 30 cubic centimeters of distilled water So we are repeating the step number C, whereby for the flask that we had put 30 cubic centimeters of the acid, we top it up with 10 cubic centimeters of distilled water so that the total volume is 40, like the first one. For the flask with the 20 cubic centimeters of sulfuric acid, we'll add 20 of distilled water so that the total volume is 40. And the last flask with the 10 of acid, we shall add 30 of the distilled water so that the total volume again is 40. And then after that, we'll add the same size of magnesium ribbon and determine the time taken for the magnesium to disappear in each case. And then we record the results in the table below. So we'll have the flask, then we'll have the volume of acid added, then the volume of distilled water that was added, the concentration of the acid, and then lastly the time taken in seconds for the magnesium to disappear. So in this table, we have flasks. We can number them as A, B, C, and D. There were 4 of them. A, we added 40 cubic centimeters of the acid. B, we added 30, or we put 30. C, we put 20. And D, we put 10 of the acid. Remember, we are adding the same size of the magnesium ribbon. That is 2 centimeters to each. And that magnesium ribbon should be clean to remove the oxide coating that may be on the surface. Then the first flask, we didn't add any distilled water because the total volume was already 40. We are adding distilled water to top up the volume to the one that had 30, we added 10. The one that had 20, we added 20. And the one with 10, we added 30 to make the total volume to 30. Then the question I would want us to ask ourselves is to determine, one, the concentration of the acid in each flask, and two, the time taken in each flask. So the first flask of 40, we used 2 moles per dm cubed of sulfuric acid. The second one, we used 30 cubic centimeters, so we reduced the volume from 40 to 30. So the concentration lowered from 2 to 1.5 moles per dm cubed. Then 20, we used the half volume of 40, so the molarity was 1 mole per dm cubed. And the 10 was a half of 20, so this one was 0.5 moles per dm cubed. So you can see that we are lowering the concentration in each of the flask by 0.5 by 0.5 by 0.5. So we expect that the time taken in A will be the shortest. This one will take the shortest time, and D will take the longest time. So basically we are saying that A is taking the shortest time, or is the fastest reaction, because it's where the concentration of the acid is the highest. And D is taking the longest time for the magnesium to disappear, so it is the slowest. And of course we have the other. So we don't have the exact time here because we have not done the experiment practically. But basically what we are saying is that from these sample results, we know that A will take the shortest time because that's where we have the highest concentration of the particles, and therefore there will be more collisions there. There will be more collisions in A and the least collisions in D. So we'll have an assignment on that. So the first question, write a balanced chemical equation for the reaction between magnesium and dilute sulfuric acid that is taking place in this experiment. 2, explain how the concentration affects the rate of reaction. And then 3, sketch a graph of rate of reaction against concentration. So we'll stop there until the next time. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
How do you do, learners? My name is Stephen Kariungi. today we continue with our biology lesson. The topic of discussion is cell physiology. So today we are going to discuss the assignment that I gave you during the last lesson. So I want each person to get their books and mark their work as we go through the questions that I gave you earlier. So in case you have not answered the question, kindly pause the video and first of all make sure that you answer the questions. Then you can come and go through the answers after you have already answered the questions. Welcome. So during our last lesson, I gave you some questions that we are going to look at. So the first question was, state 3 properties of cell membrane. So you're supposed to state 3 properties of cell membrane. Number 1, we said that the cell membrane is semi-permeable. Semi-permeable. Number 2, we said that the cell membrane is polarized, meaning that it has charges. And point number 3, we said that the cell membrane is sensitive to temperature and pH. So that is how you're supposed to have answered the first question. So mark yourself right if you have those 3 points. So let's go to question number 2. Question number 2 was asking, explain the term semi-permeability. In fact, we have mentioned it in the first question, but the first question didn't want us to explain, but the second question wants us to explain semi-permeability. Semi-permeability means that the cell membrane is selective. It only allows the small molecules to go through, but not the large molecules. So semi-permeability means that is the ability to allow small molecules to pass through, but not large molecules. So the small molecules pass through, but the large molecules do not. So that is what it means by semi-permeability. To go through question number 3, we are told to state and explain 3 factors that affect the rate of diffusion. These factors are as follows. 1, there are more than 3, but you just highlight 3. There is the thickness of membranes. And here we said that the thicker the membrane, the longer the distance. The longer the diffusion distance of the particles. So the particles will have to go through a longer distance. The second point is in the size of the molecules. Whereby we say that large size molecules take longer to diffuse due to their large size. 3, we talked about the diffusion gradient. Which we said that the steeper the diffusion gradient, the faster the diffusion rate. So that is for question number 3. Lastly, we have the 4th question. We have the 4th question that is asking state 2 roles of diffusion in animals. So this one is not asking about plants, but is asking about animals. And one of the roles is the absorption of digested food in the ileum into the blood. That is by diffusion. Number 2, we can talk of gaseous exchange across respiratory surfaces. So that is the assignment. So check what you have not answered correctly and correct your work so that next time you are able to answer those questions effectively. So we'll stop there for today. The next lesson, we shall start at the 2nd physiological process, and that is osmosis. So see you then.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hujambo mwanafunzi, karibu katika kipindi chetu hiki cha Kiswahili katika ukumbi huu wa masomo ya mtandaoni Manifested. Mimi hapa ni mwalimu wako wa Kiswahili. Kwa siku ya leo tunaisoma sarufi ya lugha ya Kiswahili ambapo tutaziona sentensi ambazo zinatumia nomino, kivumishi, kitenzi na kielezi. Katika sentensi moja unaona kuna nomino, kisha neno jingine ambalo linaeleza zaidi kuhusu nomino, kisha kitendo na kueleza kitendo kilivyotendwa. Basi hizo ndizo sentensi ambazo nataka tuweze kuzisoma kwa siku ya leo. Basi kufikia mwisho wa kipindi hiki samahani, nataka uhakikishe kwamba umejua kutunga sentensi za sampuli hiyo. Sentensi ambayo ina nomino, kivumishi cha hiyo nomino, kitenzi, yani kitendo kilichotendwa na hiyo nomino, kisha kielezi, kuonesha kitendo hicho kimetendwa vipi, namna gani, jinsi gani, lini, wapi na mara ngapi na kadhalika. Basi wacha tuangalie baadhi ya mifano. Tuangalie mifano tu kadhaa ambayo tunaweza kutumia. Mifano. Tusome mifano ifuatayo. Unaona nambari ya kwanza, sentensi ya kwanza. Tunatunga sentensi yenye nomino, ifuatwe na kivumishi, kisha kitenzi na kielezi. Nomino. Nomino ni jina la kitu chochote kile. Jina tu, jina la mtu, kitu, mahali, hali na kadhalika, ama jambo na kadhalika. Yani jina la kitu chochote ni nomino, inaitwa nomino. Kiingereza ni ile ambayo inaitwa noun. Kisha vivumishi ni maneno ya kufafanua nomino, maneno ya kueleza nomino zaidi. Kwa mfano, neno kama vile mrefu, mwembamba, kibaya, cheusi, kidogo, kingi. Hayo ni maneno ambayo yanafafanua nomino ambayo tayari imetajwa. Zaidi kuna vitenzi. Vitenzi ni vitendo. Vitendo. Neno linaloarifu ni kitendo gani kimetendwa na nomino ama kikatendewa nomino. Mwisho ni kielezi. Kufafanua kitendo. Kitendo kimetendwa vipi, wapi, lini na namna gani na mara ngapi na kadhalika. Basi wacha tuangalie mifano katika sentensi. Unapata mfano kama huu. Neno kama vile mtoto mdogo analia sana. Hiyo ni sentensi yetu. Angalia, ni sentensi ambayo hii ni nomino. Nomino. Neno mdogo, mtoto mdogo. Hili neno mdogo linafafanua nomino mtoto zaidi. Ni kueleza huyu mtoto zaidi ni mtoto gani, sababu watoto ni wengi, lakini sasa bainisha mtoto unayemzungumzia ni mtoto mdogo. Basi kwa sababu hili neno linafafanua hii nomino zaidi, hapo utasema hiki ni kivumishi. Analia. Analia ni kitendo. Basi neno linaloarifu kitendo katika sentensi ndilo ambalo linaitwa kitenzi. Basi hiki ni kitenzi. Kitenzi. Amelia vipi? Namna gani? Kufafanua kitenzi ama kitendo, unapata neno sana ambalo ni kielezi. Neno ambalo lina kielezi. Mtoto mdogo analia sana. Unaona? Aya, sentensi ya pili mfano mwingine. Sentensi ya pili mfano mwingine. Hapa tumekuwa na mtoto mdogo analia sana. Hivyo basi sema hivi. Gari dogo liliwasili jana. Gari dogo liliwasili jana. Angalia, gari ni nomino, dogo ni kivumishi, liliwasili ni kitenzi, jana ni kielezi. Onesha hivyo. Gari dogo liliwasili jana. Mfano mwingine, nambari ya 3. Nambari ya 3. Hii nafikiri wacha nitumie hiyo ishara ya na kuonesha nomino. Nitumie ishara ya va kuonyesha kivumishi. Nitumie ishara ya ta kuonyesha kitenzi, na nitumie ishara ya kuonyesha kielezi. Kwa sababu yako wewe kuelewa, mwanafunzi. Aya, basi sentensi yetu nambari ya pili ilikuwa na nomino. Kivumishi cha hii nomino, liliwasili ni kitenzi na kielezi ni jana. Angalia hiyo sentensi. Baiskeli mpya imeoshwa vizuri. Angalia, baiskeli ni nomino, mpya ni kivumishi, imeoshwa ni kitenzi, vizuri ni kielezi. Hiyo ni nambari ya 4, ya 3 samahani. Twende kwenye nambari ya 4. Nambari ya 4. shamba kubwa litalimwa kesho. Shamba kubwa litalimwa kesho. Angalia hapa, shamba nomino, kubwa ni kivumishi, litalimwa kitenzi, kesho kielezi. Namna hiyo, shamba kubwa litalimwa kesho. Nambari ya 5, mfano mwingine wa sentensi inayotumia nomino, kivumishi, kitenzi na kielezi. Sema mambo kama vile kiatu kidogo hushoneka vizuri. Kiatu kidogo hushoneka vizuri. Kiatu kidogo hushoneka vizuri. Basi onesha nomino. Hii ni nomino yetu hapo. Kidogo kuvumisha hiyo nomino. Hushoneka ni kitenzi. Vizuri ni kielezi. Namna hiyo. Basi mwanafunzi, nafikiri hiyo mifano ni mingi, imetosha kukupatia mifano ama kukupatia ujumbe ambao nataka uweze kuelewa. Utunge sentensi inayotumia nomino, kivumishi, kitenzi na kielezi. Basi yangu ni machache tu, ambapo nitakupa zoezi tu. Zoezi. Kazi yako ni tunga sentensi 10 zenye muundo wa nomino, kivumishi, kitenzi na kielezi. Yaani kama nilivyofanya katika mifano hii 5 ambayo nimeweza kukutolea kwa siku ya leo. Labda nataka nimalizie hapo nikiamini kwamba umeweza kuelewa kile ambacho tumekuwa tukifanya kwa siku ya leo. Nashukuru sana, asante kwa kuwa nami.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, welcome to our today's lesson, which we are going to learn about molarity. But before I get into this lesson, I first have to remind you what we did in the previous lesson, which we were learning about concentration of a solution. And we say that concentration refers to the amount of a solute in a given amount of a solution. Amount of a solute in a given amount of a solution. For example, if maybe you take 10 grams of sodium carbonate in, let's say, 600 centimeters cubed of distilled water. 10 grams of sodium carbonate in 600 centimeters cubed of distilled water. Therefore, now concentration, since that concentration is now 10 grams per 600 centimeters cubed of distilled water. But now for uniformity purposes, then now ensure we see that this volume should be converted to, the volume should be converted to 1 liter. And therefore, if 10 grams are dissolved in 600 centimeters cubed, how many grams should be dissolved in 1000 centimeters cubed? Or how many grams can dissolve in 1000 centimeters cubed? And therefore, it is 1000 times 10 divided by 600. And then from there, we are going to get the concentration. And the concentration will be concentration will be 16.6667 grams per liter. Grams per liter, or 1000 centimeters cubed. That is what we were doing in the previous lesson. And again, we said that concentration can be expressed either as grams per liter or moles per liter. Grams per liter or moles per liter. Therefore, in this lesson, we are now going to focus on the molarity. And I will start by defining what molarity is. And we see that molarity is the number of moles per liter of a solution. Number of moles per liter of a solution. Number of moles per liter of a solution. The number of moles which are contained in 1 liter of a solution, that is what molarity is. Then it is expressed in moles per dm cubed, or just molar. Molar, and it is capital M. It is expressed in mole per dm cubed or molar. That is how molarity is expressed. I want us to do some examples on the same, and I will do one. That is one example. The question is, determine the molarity of a solution containing 10 grams of sodium hydroxide dissolved in 250 centimeters cubed of distilled water. I want us now to do it together. In this question, we have now first of all to calculate the number of moles of sodium hydroxide. And before that, we have now to calculate the RFM of sodium hydroxide. And the RFM of sodium hydroxide is 23. That is now the mass of sodium. Then you add the mass of oxygen, which is 16. Then you add the mass of hydrogen, which is 1. And this is now going to give you 40. Then we calculate now the number of moles. The number of moles are given by mass divided by the molar mass. Therefore, this will be mass is now 10 grams, which is 10 divided by 40, which is the molar mass. And this is now going to give you 0.4. 0.25. 0.25 moles. Those are now the number of moles of sodium hydroxide. The number of moles of sodium hydroxide are 0.25 moles. Therefore, to determine the molarity of this solution, then we'll just say 0.25 moles. These are contained in 250 centimeters cubed. Yes, Kasel, what about 1,000? Because molarity, they are contained in 1 liter. What about 1,000 centimeters cubed? It will be 1,000 times 0.25 divided by 250. You'll get this as 1. This is 1 mole per dm, 1 mole per dm cubed, which can also be written as 1 molar. That is the concentration of this solution. It's now 1 mole per dm cubed, or 1 mole per decimeter cubed, or 1 molar. That is the concentration of 1 gram or 10 grams of sodium hydroxide dissolved in 250 centimeters cubed of distilled water. That is our first example. Want us now to do the second, and the second will be determine the concentration of a solution containing 20 grams of sodium nitrate dissolved in 500 centimeters cubed of distilled water. I want us to go through that question and see how we can be able to answer that question. We have first to determine the relative formula mass of sodium nitrate, which is given by the mass of sodium is 23 plus the mass of nitrogen is 14 plus the mass of oxygen is 16, but there are 3 atoms, then 16 times 3. Then this is 23 plus 14 plus 48, which gives us 85. The relative formula mass of sodium nitrate is 85. Therefore, we now start by getting the number of moles. These are now the number of moles of sodium nitrate, and the number of moles are given by mass, which is 20 grams, divided by the molar mass, which is 85. So it will be 20 grams divided by the molar mass, which is 85. And this will give you is 20 divided by 85, gives us 0.2 353 mole. 0.2353 mole. That is the number of moles of sodium nitrate which were dissolved in 500 centimeters cubed of distilled water. 0.2353 moles are the moles of sodium nitrate which were dissolved in 500 centimeters cubed of distilled water. Therefore, now to calculate the molarity, we just need to ask ourselves if 0.2353 moles are contained in 500 centimeters cubed, then how many moles will be in 1000 centimeters cubed? Then this will be 1000, just cross multiply 1000 times 0.2353, we divide by 500, and this will be this will be 0.4706 mole per dm cubed, which can also be written as 0.4706 molar. Just capital M will be enough to show molarity. Therefore, that is how we are going about the questions. 1, to calculate the molarity, we are saying that you need to first get the number of moles. When you get the number of moles, then you can now be able to equate. If these moles are in this volume, then now what about 1000? Because molarity, it is the number of moles which are contained in 1 liter. It must be 1 liter. Therefore, number of moles contained in 1 liter of a solution, that is what molarity is. Then I hope now I have given you a good insight. Therefore, I want to leave you with some questions which we are going to do. Then in the next lesson, we are going to do some of them. That is the assignment. 1, determine the molarity of a solution containing 10.6 grams of sodium carbonate dissolved in A, 250 centimeters cubed of distilled water, and B, 500 centimeters cubed of distilled water. The second question, when 34.8 grams of potassium sulfate were dissolved in 500 centimeters cubed distilled water, calculate the concentration of potassium sulfate in grams per liter, and 2, the molarity of the solution. That I've given you the relative atomic masses of potassium as 39, sulfur as 32, oxygen as 16. Therefore, ensure that you've done those 2 questions before we meet in the next lesson. And in the next lesson, we are going to revise the 2 questions, and I will give you more questions in the next lesson. Therefore, let's meet in the next lesson.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform, and join me for our today's English lesson for grade 1. And today we shall learn grammar. Under grammar, the use of this. So make sure that you are ready to learn, because at the end of the lesson I will require you to correctly use this in a sentence. Now the use of this. This is always used in singular form to represent something that is next to you or something that is close to you. So this is used in singular form to show something that is close to you. So this is used to show when referring to something that is close to you. So this is used when referring to something that is close to you, something that is near you, and it is used with is. This is always used with is. So this is used in singular form. It is used in singular form. This is used in singular form. Singular to mean you only use it when you are referring to something that is one. Examples in sentences. So examples. Let's start with whatever I have with me. Now what am I having in my hands? Now these are pens. They are pens. So when I want to introduce one, I will say this is a pen. This is a pen. Something that is close to me. This is a pen. So example 1. You can see this is a pen. This is a pen. It is one. This is a pen. What if I have a book? So this is a book. This is a book. It is something that is close to me. I have it. This is a book. So another sentence can have this is a book. This is a book. Now I want you to look around you. What is next to you? Maybe it's a table, it's a chair, or it's a desk. So give me a sentence using this. You can have this is a desk. This is a desk. This is a desk. It is one. This is a desk. Can also have another one. This is a table. This is a table. So from the sentences that we have on the board, the examples, we see that this is only used in singular to represent something that is close to you or something that is near you. This is a pen. The pen is either close to you or you are having it. This is a book, only one book. Then this is a desk. This is a desk. And lastly, this is a table. So therefore, this is only used in singular form. And it is used with is. After this, you must use is to show that it is in singular form and make your sentence be structured. So that's all about use of this. Always remember that it is used when referring to something that is near you or around you. And it is mostly used in singular form. Apart from it being used in singular form, it is also used with is. Is comes after this. This is a book. This is a pencil. This is a teacher. Someone that is close to you or around you. Now I'm going to leave you with some work where you are going to answer some questions. Make sure that you are filling in the gaps according to the instructions given. So the exercise, only 5 questions, number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. The instructions are saying, fill in the gaps using this. Fill in the gaps using this. Question 1, dash is a new cup. Number 2, dash is a duster. Number 3, dash is my book. Then, dash is a new car. And lastly, dash is my nurse bag. So make sure you are answering the questions, and after answering the questions, you also read through the sentences. And thank you for being good boys and girls. Hope to see you in the next lesson.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, boys and girls. Welcome back to Manifested e-learning platform. I'm Teacher Purity, and we are still learning about sound dr. If you can remember, in our last lesson, we already talked about this sound dr, and we said sound dr is mostly found at the beginning of words. So for this lesson, we are going to go through the work I gave you. Then later, I will add you more words on sound dr. So the work I gave you, the instructions were guiding us to copy the words in our exercise book, then read them. So copy these words in your exercise book. Then practice reading them. So copy these words in your exercise book, then practice reading them. Now the words are here. So these are the words that you are supposed to practice reading. I will guide you through the words, then make sure that if there is any word you aren't able to read, you are keenly listening for you to get the correct pronunciation of the word. So let's start with the first word. The first word is drought. Drought. Then the second one, dry. Dry. Then drift. Drift. Drawn. Drawn. Drawer. Drawer. Then drama. Drama. Drop. Drop. Drag. Drag. And lastly, drainage. Drainage. I will read the words one more time. The first one, drought, dry, drift, drown, drawer, drama, drop, drag, drainage. Now, I want us to understand the meaning of these words. It is always good for us because it will make us to communicate effectively with the people. Now, the first word is drought. What is a drought, or what is drought? Now, drought is a condition where there's been a long period without any rainfall. So, a long period without rain brings about drought. And during a drought, many things dry. For example, the plants will wither and later dry. The animals will not have anything to drink and therefore they can even die. Then the second part is dry. Dry is a condition where there is no water. It is very dry. If they are clothes, you've hung them on the wire line, they have dried. Then drift. What is to drift? Drifting is related to movement, and it is either a forced movement, either pushed by a mass of water or air. For example, on a windy day, sometimes you can see things are moved from one place to other. The winds can even blow away the roofs of houses. That is drifting. It is a movement which is caused by a natural force, either water or air. Then drawn. Drawn is the past tense of the word draw. Then we have a drawer. What is a drawer? A drawer is a topped box which can either be slid in or out, and it can be used either to store clothing or any other material back at home. A drawer, you can open it and close it, and you can use it to store different materials at home. Then we have drama. A drama is a composition of a situation, and it is always acted. You can watch it on a television or a laptop, a phone, a computer, depends with the site that you choose to. So a drama is a composition of a real life situation, and it is acted. Then we have drop. What is a drop? A drop is a small amount of a liquid. Then drug. Drug is a substance which is used to cure an illness or rather to relieve a symptom. For example, if you have a headache, you will visit the drugstore and buy a painkiller. Whatever you'll be given is what you call a drug. It will help you to relieve from the headache. Then lastly, you have drainage. Drainage is the process of draining something. Remember, to drain is to filter. So a drainage is a place where the process of draining takes place. So that's how you are supposed to read these words. In case there is a word you aren't able to read it correctly, make sure that you are practicing it more. So meanwhile, I'm going to give you work on sound dr, more words that start with sound dr. Copy the words and you will also practice reading them. So the words are here. So read the following words. So copy the words and practice reading them. They are 9 words. In our next lesson, we shall learn about a different sound aside from sound dr. We shall learn about sound fr. So purpose to attend. Hope to see you there. Be good girls and boys.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, boys and girls. It is a pleasure to have you again on this platform. I am Teacher Purity, and remember, this is Manifested e-learning forum. Today we are going to learn about my family, and under my family we shall learn about my nuclear family. My nuclear family. So welcome to the lesson, and make sure that you are paying attention. At the end of this lesson, I will require you to name for me some members of a nuclear family. So what is a family? A family is a group of people who are related and they are living together. A family is a group of people who are related and they live together. My nuclear family. What is a nuclear family? A nuclear family is made up of father, mother, and children. So a nuclear family is made up of father. So a nuclear family is made up of father, mother, and children. However, we have some nuclear families that have one parent and children. So other nuclear families have one parent and children. Some nuclear families are made up of one parent and children. So some nuclear families are made up of one parent and children. One parent meaning it's either a mother or a father. And it can be one parent because the other parent is not there or he or she died long time ago. So some nuclear families are made up of one parent and children. However, we still have other nuclear families that are made up of children alone. Other nuclear families are made up of children alone. So other nuclear families are made up of children alone. Other nuclear families are made up of children alone. Now the children are alone in that nuclear family, either their parents died. They are orphans, that is why they are alone. So these are the members of a nuclear family. Mostly it is made up of a father, mother, and children. And other nuclear families are either made up of one parent and children. It can be a father or a mother. Then other nuclear families are made up of children alone. However, we still have nuclear families that are made up of a husband and a wife. So some nuclear families, are made up of a husband and a wife. So some are made up of a husband and a wife. We have nuclear families that are made up of a husband and a wife. They do not have children. Maybe God has not yet blessed them with any child. So these are just members of a nuclear family. It is made up of father, mother, and children. But we have those families that have one parent and children, and others are only made up of children alone, while others include a husband and a family. Now, most nuclear families are headed by a father. We learned that in the previous class. In grade 3, we learned that nuclear families are headed by a father. A father is the head of a nuclear family. But we have those families where the mother is the head. That is in case the father is dead or he is not around. And we also have the families that the nuclear families that are made up of children alone. Who will now be the father? Now the elder sister or brother will take the role of being the parent to his and her young brothers and sisters. So this is all about my nuclear family. Always remember, it is made up of father, mother and children, and therefore we have nuclear families that are only made up of one parent and children, while others are made up of children alone. And in such a case, maybe their parents died. And lastly, and some nuclear families are made up of a husband and a wife. So I want to give you some work about my nuclear family. Copy the work in your exercise book and you will answer the questions. So you have two questions. Question 1, write down the names of members in your nuclear family. Write down the names of members in your nuclear family. So you write the names of members in your nuclear family. Question 2, draw a picture of your nuclear family, then color it. So you are going to draw a picture of your nuclear family, and after drawing, you color the picture. So let's meet again in the next lesson. I have been Teacher Purity.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners and welcome back to today's lesson. We continue with the lesson in social studies. The topic is citizenship. We are studying inclusion of persons with special needs in the society. In our last lesson, we defined persons with special needs in the society, and we stated gave examples of people with special needs in the society, like those who are visually challenged, those who are mentally challenged, those who face social and economic challenges, and so on. Now, learners, all these people require help so that they can go about their daily activities. They require help. Persons with special needs should be included or be involved in various activities in the society so that their unique talents, their abilities, their interests can be taken care of and also be developed fully. All people with special needs, persons with special needs require help so that they can go about their daily activities with ease. Because they are just as human beings as the rest of the people in the society. They have needs which must be met. So persons with special needs should be included or be involved in various activities in the society so that their unique talents, their unique abilities, their unique interests can be taken care of and be developed fully. They should not be viewed as a burden, because persons with special needs have special talents. They have unique talents. Learners, by now you must have learned that every human being is talented. Every human being has unique talents. Every human being has something to offer in this world, including persons with disabilities, those who cannot see, those who cannot walk, those who cannot hear, those who are mentally challenged. those who are facing social and economic challenges, including street children, the elderly, those who are living with HIV and AIDS. All those people are talented. All those people have abilities. And what we need to do is to take care of them and to help them develop these talents, these abilities fully. Because when these talents and abilities are developed fully, then the society benefits. Learners, maybe you are listening at me and you could be one of the persons who has special needs. Maybe you cannot see, you cannot hear, you are lame, you are visually impaired, you are elderly. If you are in that category of persons, you are not less of a human being. You have unique talents. The rest of the world needs that talent. So, learners, the question now is, how do we help? How do we take care of? And how do we develop the talents, the abilities, and the interests of persons with disabilities, persons with special needs? That's the question we want to answer in our today's lesson. How can it be done? How can we help persons with special needs? One way is creating positive attitudes. One way is doing what? Creating positive attitudes. The question I'm answering is how to take care, and develop talents, abilities, and interests of persons with special needs in the society. How to take care and develop talents, abilities, interests of persons with special needs in the society. I've said one way is by creating positive attitudes. Creating positive attitudes. Now, learners, disability, we have always been told, is not inability. Persons with special needs have their own interests, they have their own talents, they have unique abilities. So a person, for example, who is visually impaired may be a great athlete because his or her legs and lungs are very healthy. Others may be visually impaired, but very intelligent. Some of them are good musicians. So, learners, such people should be seen as human beings first, because they think, they feel, they eat, they drink, they sleep, just like any other human being. So we should encourage such people to take part in activities in the society just like other people. People with disabilities should not be discriminated against on the basis of the challenges they face. So by developing a positive attitude towards people with special needs, we are able to involve them in nation-building activities. So we need to do what? To create positive attitude. Because they should not be viewed with pity. No, they can be helped, but it should be remembered that these people are just as human as the rest of the members of the society. They are human beings, and they could be intellectually better than other people. We've seen them performing very well in their endeavors, in the areas in which they are endowed. So we should encourage such people to take part in activities in the society. They should be encouraged, because some of them may not, they may feel less human, yet they are fully human. So that's very important. Creating positive attitudes. Creating what? Positive attitude. They should not be looked down upon. No. Another point, B, is creating friendly environments. Creating friendly environments. Learners, we should accept people with special needs as equal members of the society. And we show our acceptance by creating an environment in which they can live and work without difficulties. We can do this by ensuring that the places they visit, the places they work in and live in are easily accessible. For example, entrances and exits to buildings and at foot bridges, for example, should have alternative sloping ramps. This makes it easy for people on wheelchairs, those using crutches, and even the visually impaired to enter the buildings or use the foot bridges. Lifts also help the physically challenged to access different floors in buildings. And in the towns or urban centers, parking spaces should be set aside for use of people with special needs. I can also mention drainage trenches. The drainage trenches should be covered, and visual signs or symbols used to mark certain areas and facilities. We need also to have appropriate toilet facilities which should be provided for the physically challenged in the society. There should also be a requirement for public service vehicles to have wide doors and provide ramps at the entrance. This will help easy access for the physically challenged. So learners creating such friendly environments will is one way of taking care and developing talents and the interests of persons with special needs. The environment should be friendly. when constructing buildings, when constructing drainage systems, and all the areas that I've highlighted, the learners, the environment should be friendly, is one that makes the life of people with disabilities easy. By doing so, we'll be accepting them as equal members of the society. And we show our acceptance by creating an environment in which they can live and work without challenges. Especially the places where they live, the places where they work, and so on. Those places should be easily accessible. So creating friendly environments is one way in which we can take care and develop the talents and the interests of persons with disabilities. C, providing equal opportunities. Providing equal opportunities. All people in the society should get equal opportunities to work and improve their lives. There should be no discrimination on the basis of disability or on the basis of diseases such as HIV and AIDS. There are people with special needs who are great scholars, great athletes, great teachers. These people have made great contributions in the society in different ways. People with special needs should be given an equal chance to go to school and learn. And in the case of certain special needs such as visual or mental or hearing impairments, such people should be taken to special schools where special learning facilities like Braille and audio tapes are provided. In Kenya, we have such schools. And learners, during national meetings, during conferences, during seminars, the different groups of people with special needs also need to be represented. This is important since this special group of people has a right to be heard. They should therefore be given an opportunity to express themselves and their interests and to actively take part in national development. Providing what? Equal opportunities. And learners, this may include information about what is happening in the country and what is required of the individual is passed on to those who cannot hear by use of sign language. And we have seen this even during television news broadcasts. It should also be remembered, learners, that the Constitution of Kenya also requires political parties to include some people with disability among those they nominate to parliament. That is one way in which equal opportunity is provided to people with special needs. So learners, that will mark the end of our today's lesson. We've answered the question, how can we take care and develop talents, abilities, and interests of persons with special needs in the society? I've explained 3 points: creating positive attitude, creating friendly environments, providing equal opportunities. So thank you for being attentive. I want you to go through the lesson one more time. Take notes. I've written short points. Below every point, write notes. Then go through the notes once more. After you have done that, I want you to answer this revision question. State 3 ways in which we can take care of the interests of persons with special needs in the society. Make sure you answer this question before you attend our next lesson. Thank you and bye-bye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello boys and girls, welcome back to this lesson. Remember that you are tuned into Manifested e-learning platform. I am Teacher Purity. Now we are going to learn hygiene and nutrition activities for grade 2. Still we are learning the topic eating habits, and under eating habits we are going to learn the reasons why people like different foods. Now during the previous lesson we have been discussing the foods and drinks that our family members and friends like. So we want to find out why are they liking some foods and not liking other foods. So that is what we are going to deal with. Specifically, reasons why people like different foods. Now by the end of this lesson, you should be able to state some of the reasons why people like different foods. So welcome to the lesson and hope that you are going to concentrate. Now, our family members and friends have foods that they like. They also have foods that they do not like. So, our family members and friends have foods that they like. Now, our family members and friends have foods that they like. They can like ugali, they can like fish, meat. Others will prefer drinking milk. Now, there are some family members who have foods that they like. However, there are other family members and friends who do not like some foods. So they also do not like some foods. So they also do not like some foods. Apart from them liking other foods, there are foods that they do not like. Now, people tend to like or not like some foods because of various reasons. So people like or dislike some foods because of. Now we want to see what are some of the reasons why people like or dislike some foods? Now, people like or dislike some foods because of, first, how the food tastes. So the first one is because of taste. Now, because of taste. Now, there are people who prefer taking milk instead of taking juice because of the taste that milk has is different from the taste of juice, the fruit juices. Another reason why people dislike or like foods is because of how the food smells. So the second one is smell. The second one is smell. A person can like or dislike a certain type of food because of how the food smells. And lastly, we have color. We have color. Now, a person can like or dislike food because of its color. Let's take, for instance, the fruit juices that we have. We have mango juice, strawberry juice, we have pineapple juice, apple juice. Now, there are people who prefer taking an orange juice instead of a strawberry juice because of the color. So, people might dislike or like some foods because of taste, smell, and color. However, some people do not like unhealthy foods. Now, some people do not like unhealthy foods. Now, some people do not like unhealthy foods. Unhealthy foods are called junk foods. Unhealthy foods are called junk foods. So, unhealthy foods are called junk foods. So, unhealthy foods are called junk foods, foods that are not good for our health. So, some people do not like unhealthy foods, and these unhealthy foods are called junk foods. They are always not good for our health. So, these are the main reasons why people like or dislike food. First, we have taste. The taste of food can determine whether a person will like or not like a certain type of food. Then we have the smell, then color, and lastly also have unhealthy foods, which are called junk foods. So those are the reasons why people dislike or like certain foods. The same applies to our family members at home. It also applies to our friends. We have the foods that our friends like most. We have foods that our family members like most. So these are some of the reasons why they like some of the foods and dislike other foods. So get ready with your exercise book, pencil, and rubber. I'm going to give you an exercise. You copy the question and make sure that you are answering the questions. So the exercise, write down 4 reasons why people like or dislike food. So you're going to write for me 4 reasons why people like or dislike food in the blank spaces provided, number 1, 2, 3, and 4. And make sure that you are reading through your answers to ascertain some mistakes that you might have committed. Otherwise, I've been so happy to have you for this lesson. Hope to see you next time. Have a wonderful moment.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Salamu alaikum mwanafunzi, mtazamaji, msomi wa lugha ya Kiswahili. Ni matumaini yangu kwamba hapo ulipo ubuheri wa afya, mzima kabisa kama kigongo. Mimi pia hapa nilipo niko mzima. Basi karibu katika kipindi hiki cha leo cha Kiswahili. Tutajifunza kuandika. Na kile ambacho tutajifunza kuandika ni insha. Ni zile insha za kubuni. Yani creative writing. Uandike insha ya kubuni. Yani unapewa mada kisha unaambiwa ubuni kisa. Uandike kisa kuhusu mada uliopewa. Basi vipi? Nataka tujaribu kuzungumza tu kwa sababu hizi insha za kubuni zina mitindo tofauti tofauti ambayo inatumika katika uandishi wa insha. Na kawaida ningependa niseme hivi. Kuna ile mitindo ambayo imezoeleka katika kuandika hizi insha. Unaambiwa pale harusi ya kufana. Unapopewa mada harusi ya kufana, itakuwa vibaya sana utusimulie kisa ambacho tunatarajia. Unaeleza namna ambavyo ulirauka asubuhi na mapema, ukaingia kule maliwatoni, ukaoga, kisha baada ya hapo ukaenda ukanywa staftahi, ukafululiza moja kwa moja hadi kanisani, shughuli ya kanisani ikatekelezwa mpaka pale kwenye reception. Lakini baada ya hapo kila mtu akaenda nyumbani akiwa amefurahi. Kuna jambo geni hapo? Hapo hakuna ubunifu hata kidogo. Hakuna ubunifu. Unafaa uoneshe kiwango cha ubunifu kwa kuonesha. Sio lazima hadithi ifululize moja kwa moja kuanzia A hadi B. Kuna mambo mengi ambayo yanaweza kutendeka hapa na pale. Sio lazima safari kutoka hapo nyumbani kwako kuelekea mjini iwe ni safari ya kwenda tu, iwe ni ya moja kwa moja. Mambo mengi yanaweza katendeka barabarani. Hebu fikiria hivi, huko tu ulikuwa unaelekea kutoka hapo ulipokaa wewe hadi mjini, ama kutoka mji mmoja hadi mwingine, ama kutoka nyumbani mpaka mjini. Hivi tu unapotoka unaingia kwenye matwana ama daladala. Unapoingia unasonga tu kiasi kwamba mpaka mnafika mahali fulani, mtu mwingine anakuja na kuwa sasa viti ni 14 lakini mko watu 15. Na inatokea kwamba wewe ndiye mtu ambaye huna kiti. Nini kingine kinaweza kutokea? Hebu fikiria. Mnasonga bado na safari yenu, mnaenda mnafika mahali kuna askari. Askari labda anasema kwamba kila mtu ashuke, ama anasimamisha gari sababu labda anataka kuangalia ndani kama kila mtu ana kiti chake. Sasa wewe labda kwa ujanja ama kwa ujanja wa yule utingo ni kondakta. Utingo anakuambia vipi? Wewe basi hebu jifanye mgonjwa, hao wengine wakupakate hapo nyuma ya kiti. Kwa ujanja pia nawe unajifanya wewe mgonjwa. Hivyo basi unalala hapo. Ukishalala, nini kinaweza kutendeka? Kumbuka ulikuwa unaelekea mjini. Haya, ukilala hapo, askari wanauliza, vipi, mbona naona mna mgonjwa hapo nyuma? Tunaye. Vipi tena? Askari kwa sababu ya moyo. Askari pia marafiki zetu, ni ndugu zetu pia, ni baba zetu, kaka zetu. Kwa moyo, wanajitolea moyo, wanajitolea sabili kukuchukua wewe, wanatumia gari lao, wanakukimbiza hadi hospitalini sababu ya kukuhurumia. Hapo ndipo unafika hospitalini. Unaanza kushughulikiwa hapa na pale na madaktari, unachukuliwa kwenye machelo na sukumo moja kwa moja hadi kwenye chumba cha daktari mwenyewe. Anataka sasa kujua nini kinakuuguza wewe. Nini kinakufanya ugue? Mara anachukua karatasi, ananakili karatasi za udodosi hapo, anataka kujua nini kinakufanya wewe ugue. Unaeleza, lakini anakuja anakufanyia vipimo hapa na pale kwa kutumia stethoscope yake. Wewe huonekani kuwa na ugonjwa wowote. Kisha unasikia nesi anaitwa, anaambiwa, nesi basi njoo hapa nitayarishie huyu mgonjwa, nataka kumfanyia hata kama ni upasuaji mara moja. Ukisikia mambo ya upasuaji, hebu niambie, hadithi inaweza kuchukua mikondo tofauti. Nataka nikueleze kwamba bado ulikuwa ukielekea wapi? Mjini. Hebu fikiria, unaweza ukafanya nini kingine kutokana na hapo? Labda kidogo tu unapoingia pale kwenye chumba ambacho ni cha kufanyia upasuaji, unapata kuna baridi nyingi sana. Woga unakuingia. Nesi naye anaweza akaingia labda kule ndani, alafu wewe ukibaki pale, maswali mkururo wa mambo, mawazo yanakusonga kwenye akili. Mara tu unapata upenyo. Wapi? Kwenye dirisha. Hapo unatokea kwenye dirisha na unatoroka. Hapo ndipo ambapo unaenda unafika mahali kuna magari, labda kwenye stani, unaanza safari yako tena ya kuelekea mjini. Okay, ni hadithi tu, naweza nikaisimulia yangu kama hivyo. Najaribu kukuonesha vipi? Sio lazima ati kwamba safari yako ianze moja kwa moja kutoka sehemu A hadi B, na ukianza kusimulia hadithi kama hiyo, hutaonekana mtu mwenye ubunifu. Hivyo basi nataka uelewe, insha ya kubuni lazima ioneshane viwango vya juu vya ubunifu. Niseme kwa kimombo, be creative. Be creative. Kawaida nimesoma insha nyingi sana za wanafunzi, na wengi wenu mnapenda kuanza kusimulia jinsi ambavyo ndege walianza kuimba asubuhi, nyimbo zao tamutamu, wakifanya sijui nini, kualika siku mpya. Haya, tumesoma hayo, tumeyasikia, ati ukaenda mpaka kule sebuleni ukapata mama, ulisikia sauti ya mama akikuita, akikuambia sijui nini. Hayo yote hadithi ambazo zinaonekana, ambazo mtu anaweza akatabiri hadithi yako inaelekea wapi. Basi hiyo haitakuwa insha ya kubuni. Haitakuwa insha ya kubuni sana, kwa sababu viwango vya ubunifu viko chini. Unaweza ukaamua kuanza hata kwa jambo dogo tu, hata kutoka kwa fikra. Ulikaa kando ya mto, akili yako inaangalia kaa ni crab ambaye alikuwa aking'ang'ana kutoka ambaye alikuwa akisombwa na mawimbi ya maji. Kaa huyo akakukumbusha mambo mengi sana wakati ambapo wewe ulikuwa kijana mdogo. Maisha jinsi ambavyo yalikuwa yakikurejesha kwenye ufuo wa maisha, yanakurudisha badala ya kukuachia wewe kusonga mbele, kutamba mbele. Unasimulia tu. Bado, yani nataka nikuoneshe si lazima ikaanza asubuhi unavyoamshwa na mama, anakuamsha, anakuambia ujitayarishe uende shule. Si lazima iwe hivyo. Nataka ufikirie kisa, ukibuni kisa ambacho kinavutia. Nataka nikusomee mfano wa kisa ambacho kuanzia leo basi unaweza ukawa unatumia mtindo kama huu basi. Ama fanya juhudi za kusoma visa vingi. Soma hadithi za Kiswahili. Kuna vitabu fulani ambavyo vinasomwa katika shule ya sekondari. Hata ukienda kusoma hivyo vitabu pia ni vizuri. Unapata kitabu kimoja kinakuwa na hadithi kama moja, hadithi 13. Ukisoma hizo pia unaweza ukapata mbinu mpya za kuandika insha mbalimbali. Hasa insha za kubuni. Unapata mitindo mipya ya kubuni insha. Hivyo basi nataka tusome insha moja ambayo imeandikwa kwenye kitabu fulani cha Kiswahili sanifu darasa la 7. Mada ni siku ambayo sitasahau. Siku ambayo hiyo ndio mada ya insha ambayo nitakayoisoma hapa. Insha ambayo nitakayoisoma hapa iko kwenye ukurasa 20. Mada ni siku ambayo sitasahau. Kila siku mama alinihusia nisiandamane na watoto watundu, lakini nasaha hizo hazikuniingia. Nilikuwa nimeyatia masikio nta, nalo sikio la kufa halisikii dawa. Siku ya Jumatano tuliyokuwa tukiisubiri kwa hamu na ghamu, hatimaye ilifika. Ilikuwa siku ya mafunzo ya kuogelea shuleni. Wanafunzi wote walijitayarisha kwa mavazi ya kuogelea na vifaa vingine ambavyo vingewasaidia kujua kuogelea kwa urahisi au kuwazuia wasizame majini. Tuliongozana guu mosi guu pili hadi kwenye bwawa la kuogelea. Punde tu tulipofika, wale waliojua kuogelea walijitosa majini. Kelele, mayowe na nderemo zilisikika. Maji yalirushwa na kuwalovya waliosimama kando ya bwawa. Hali hiyo ilipokuwa ikiendelea, mimi na rafiki yangu Kaidi tulielekea katika boma la mzee Hekima. Miembe yake ilikuwa imezaa maembe kochokocho, mabivu kwa mabichi, nayo kwa kawaida yalikuwa matamu mithili ya asali. Kaidi aliruka kama wanariadha wetu Kaidi aliruka ua kama wanariadha wetu warukavyo viunzi katika mashindano ya riadha ya Olimpiki. Kama tumbiri, aliuparaga mti huo na kuanza kuchuma maembe. Akayaambua maganda kisha kuyala kilafi. Mate yalinitiririka kutoka pale chini aliponiacha. Nilimwashiria anirushie japo moja, lakini utamu wa embe alilokuwa akila ulimzuia asiweze kufasiri ishara zangu. Wakati nikisubiri akate kiu yake ili atimize ombi langu, mzee Hekima alizuka ghafla bin vu. Sikuelewa alikotokea. Sauti yake kali ndiyo iliyonitanabahisha kuwa tulikuwa na mgeni ambaye hatukuwa tumemwalika. Leo mtakiona cha mtema kuni. Mtajua kilichomfanya kanga kukosa manyoya. Siku zote natafuta wanaoniharibia shamba. Kumbe ni nyinyi wakorofi msiojua wema wala fadhila. Sauti yake ilinguruma. Kaidi alishtuka kiasi cha mate kumsakama. Akawa anakohoa kwa nguvu. Kwangu mimi nguvu ziliniishia wakati ule niliposikia sauti ya mzee Hekima. Nikaona mwanya pale alipoonekana kuelekeza hasira kwa Kaidi aliyekuwa mtini. Nikaanza kurudi nyuma pole pole. Ghafla nilitimua mbio ungedhani farasi na kurudi kwa wenzangu. Kwa kuwa heka zilikuwa zimepamba moto, hakuna aliyeniona. Nikaketi miongoni mwa wale waliokuwa wakishabikia wenzao. Nikatulia tuli kama maji mtungini. Muda si muda, Kaidi aliletwa shuleni na mzee Hekima. Kwa woga uliokuwa umemjaa, alilifinya kwa nguvu embe ambalo alilazimishwa kubeba kama ushahidi kwa ushahidi wa hatia yake. Embe lilivuja maji yake yaliyopita katikati ya vidole vyake kama machozi usoni. Nilihisi kijasho chembamba kikinitiririka tiriri mgongoni mithili ya chemchemi. Nikajua nami nimo mtegoni. Baada ya muda mfupi, mwalimu mkuu aliniita na kunihoji kuhusiana na kisa hicho. Kwa kuwa aliahidi kunisamehe iwapo ningesema ukweli, sikuficha lolote. Nilielezea kila kitu kinagaubaga. Kumbe ulikuwa mtego. Sikuamini nilipokabidhiwa barua ili niwapelekee wazazi wangu. Ama kweli, siku ya kufa nyani miti yote huteleza. Yaliyonipata nyumbani nilipoipeleka barua nayo ni hadithi ya siku nyingine. Hiyo ilikuwa siku ambayo sitaisahau kamwe. Huo ni mfano wa hadithi au insha ya kubuni. Nafikiri wacha tuangalie kama kuna vichwa vingine ambavyo unaweza ukaandika insha kuvihusu, na nataka ujaribu kuandika kisa. Nikupe tu zoezi kidogo ambalo unafaa kuandika. Msikilizaji, mtazamaji, mwanafunzi wa darasa la 8, andika insha kuhusu sherehe ya majuto, ambayo labda ulisherehekea nini, chochote ambacho kilitendeka. Tafadhali iandike insha hiyo, sherehe ya majuto, na uwe mbunifu zaidi. Kisha utomee vile vitu ambavyo vinatumika katika uandishi, kama vile tamathali zote za lugha, tashbihi, ziweke pale ndani, sitiari, methali, nahau, lakini uzitumie vizuri. Kumbuka hizo tamathali huwa ni kama vile viungo. Najua viungo ni vile ambavyo vinatumika katika upishi, kama vile bizari, pilau masala, nini, zote hizo, chumvi, sukari, majani, vyote hivyo ni viungo tu. Hivyo basi ni vizuri ujue namna ya kutumia viungo vyenyewe. Usije ukarusha methali tu popote pale utakapojisikia kufanya. La, hakikisha kwamba unatumia hivyo viungo, tamathali zote za usemi ambazo unazifahamu katika insha utakayoitunga. Naomba kusitia hapo, nikiamini kwamba nimekusaidia katika uandishi wa insha kwa njia ya ubunifu zaidi. Nashukuru sana kwa ajili yako wewe kunisikiza na kutizama video hii hadi sasa hivi. Jina ni Mugambi James.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi and we continue with our topic of discussion, and the topic is genetics, a topic in Form 4 biology. And today, having discussed the DNA, its structure, and the role of the DNA in our previous lesson, today we are going to discuss the first law of inheritance. And this first law of inheritance is also referred to as the law of segregation. The law of segregation. First of all, this first law of inheritance was arrived at by a biologist who is referred to as the father of modern genetics. The father of modern genetics. And that is Gregor Mendel. And Gregor Mendel came up with this law after carrying out a number of experiments. Using the garden pea. The garden pea, also known as Pisum sativum. Now, before we get into the details about what the law of inheritance, the first law of inheritance states, it's important to understand the Mendel's experiments. Mendel's experiments. The experiments that were carried out by Gregor Mendel. So first of all, we are saying that Gregor Mendel carried out his experiments using the garden pea, which is scientifically known as Pisum sativum. It's a scientific name, so it's important you write it according to the rules of binomial nomenclature, whereby the first letter of the genus name should be capitalized and all the other letters should be small. The species name should be small letters entirely. They should be underlined separately when handwritten. And of course, when they are typed in printed work, they should be in italics. Now, Gregor Mendel carried out experiments using the garden pea. And the first question I would want us to ask ourselves, why he chose the garden pea? Why Gregor Mendel, or why Mendel chose the garden pea? One, the garden pea has many observable variations, e.g. the length of the pod, the texture of the seeds, whether they are smooth or they are wrinkled, the color of the flowers, etc. So in other words, we are saying that the garden pea has many observable variations. There are so many variations that you can be able to observe in the garden pea. And that's why he chose it. That's why he chose it as opposed to other plants that he could have used. Now, two, the garden pea can either be self-pollinated or cross-pollinated. Can either be self-pollinated or cross-pollinated. So it doesn't suffer from what we call the factors that hinder self-pollination. So this one can either be self-pollinated or cross-pollinated. That's why it was a suitable choice for carrying out his experiments. Number three, the garden pea has a short generation gap. The gap between one generation and the other. So that means fast maturing or fast maturity. So that's why, again, he chose the garden pea. So we are saying that it has many observable variations or many observable characteristics. We can either self-pollinate or cross-pollinate it. Yeah, it has a short generation gap, and so on and so forth. Now, among the experiments that this biologist did, he planted the garden pea and realized that he got a mixture of tall and short plants. And in the next generation, he would take the tall plants, obtain their seeds, and then use them for the next generation. And still he would get a mixture. Then he came up with a conclusion that even the tall ones, even the tall garden peas, had some traits of shortness in them, and that is why by crossing them among themselves, or by selfing the tall ones, there was the likelihood of getting a short. There was the likelihood of getting a short. So he concluded that and only one of each of those factors can exist in a gamete. I'll elaborate that. So we are saying that Mendel concluded that each characteristic in an organism is determined by a pair of hereditary factors, and only one of those factors exists in a gamete. And then he called this the law of segregation. So that is the first law that Mendel came up with. And we are saying that the conclusion from the experiments that he did using the garden pea, he came up with a conclusion that each characteristic in an organism is determined by a pair of hereditary factors, and only one of those factors exists in a gamete. I would want to paraphrase that statement in a different manner, and I would say that as human beings, the characteristics that we have are as a result of two parents. We have a male parent and a female parent. So we have the gametes from the male parent and those from the female parents coming together to determine the characteristics that we have. So we are saying that the characteristics that we have in organisms is as a result of a pair of hereditary factors. And one member of each pair has come from either of the parents. This member of the pair from that parent, this member of the pair from the other parent, and then the pairs come together to determine the traits that we have. So we are saying that every characteristic is determined by a pair of hereditary factors, and only one of those factors exists in a gamete. So a gamete contains only one of such factors. These factors are the ones that were later discovered to be genes. These are the factors that were later discovered to be genes. But at this point, they had not been known as, they had not been referred to as the genes. They were just called hereditary factors. But at the back of our mind, we know that these are the current genes that we have. Now, we want to ask ourselves, why was Mendel successful even when many biologists ahead of him had failed? Why was Mendel successful with his experiments? One is that he dealt with one characteristic at a time. He dealt with one characteristic at a time. For example, if it is the length of the pod, he just dealt with the length of the pod. And he discovered that the length of the pod does not affect the texture of the seed. So there is independent way in which the length of the pod is determined as opposed to the texture of the seed. Most biologists ahead of Mendel had looked at this thing wholesomely, and they sought to understand what determines the characteristics of an entire organism. And that's why they were not very successful. But Mendel took one particular trait at a time. So, one, he studied one trait at a time as opposed to those ahead of him that sought to understand the organism entirely in its entirety. Then another reason why he was very successful, he chose his specimens well, e.g., the garden pea in fact you can say that he used suitable materials, e.g., the garden pea can either be selved or cross-pollinated. So there was a higher success factor there. Another reason why he was very successful, he kept a record of all the outcomes that were obtained during the experiments. So in his experiments, he was able to keep a record of all the outcomes in the experiments and used them for future reference. So those outcomes were recorded and used for future reference. So again, that's another reason that made him very successful. And of course, he did experiments that had or that took within, that were able to give the results within a very short time. Now, that is as far as the experiments that were carried out by Gregor Mendel. Why he chose the garden pea, we have seen the reason why. Why he was very successful in an area where most people had not succeeded, and what he came up with. So he came up with the law that we have said that is the law of segregation, that says that each characteristic in an organism is determined by a pair of hereditary factors. And as I've said, this pair of hereditary factors are the ones that came to be later known as the genes. And only one of those factors exists in a gamete. So we'll stop there for now and then have a short assignment. So the assignment, the first question, explain why Mendel was very successful in his experiments where many people had failed before. Two, state the first law of inheritance. So we are going to stop there for today. Until next time, goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, boys and girls. Welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. I am Teacher Purity and I will be teaching you Christian religious education activities for grade 4. So welcome to this lesson. Now allow me to welcome you to grade 4. It is a new class. Most of you are excited to be in this new class because you know you are going to explore a lot. Now let's talk about Christian religious education as a subject in this class. Christian religious education is a subject which helps us to understand different things that are related to Christianity. For example, knowing about God, how you are supposed to live with others, some of the things you are supposed to do, they guide us on what we are supposed to do. In grade 4, we are going to learn about creation. We shall talk about self-awareness. We shall also learn Bible stories and many, many more. So it is my hope that all of you are going to enjoy learning CRE, especially for this class. Now, the very first topic that we are going to start with is about creation. And under creation, we shall start learning about self-awareness. Under self-awareness, we shall talk about my name makes me special. Let's remind ourselves the meaning of the word creation. Creation is bringing something that was not in existence to exist. You are creating something that was not there before. That is what you mean by the word creation. And for this case, you are talking about God's creation, whatever God created. Then we have the word self-awareness. Self means yourself. We are talking about yourself. And awareness is to understand or know something. So the word self-awareness means knowing more about yourself. You want to know more about yourself, who you are, what you like doing, who created you, and many, many more things about yourself. Now, self-awareness is knowing oneself much better. Self-awareness is knowing yourself better. Is knowing yourself better. And we are talking about my name makes me special. Now, all of us or each of us has a name. Why are you given a name? There is no single person who doesn't have a name. There's no person called nameless. No, at least each of us has a name. And a name is something that helps people to easily identify you, who you are. It is just an identification of you, of who you are. So we all have a name. Remember that I said a name helps us to be identified by other people. And when a person wants to talk to you or wants to call you, he or she will call you by your name. For example, I am Purity and another person is Mary. So Mary has a name. I also have my name. When a person wants to talk to me, he or she will call me by my name. So that means that people call me, let's say people call me, you are talking about yourself, people call me by my name. People call me by my name. And all children must have names. Remember that it is also one of the rights of children. A child has a right to be given a name. That's why everyone, after you are born, you are given a name. So people call me by my name. Why do people call you by your name? Even God knows you by name. So God created us in his own image and therefore he knows us by our names. So God also knows me by name. So God God knows my name. God knows my name. And because God knows your name or my name, He calls you by your name. When God wants to talk to you, He will just call you, Mary, I want to send you to maybe a place. God wants you to send you for a mission, maybe to preach, to sing, to dance, or even teach other children. So God knows my name. He therefore calls me by my name. He calls me by my name. God knows my name. He calls me by my name. If you can remember the story of Samuel, God just called Samuel by his name. He called him Samuel, Samuel. He called Samuel 4 times, but Samuel responded the 4th time. That means that God knows each and every one of us name. So God knows my name. He calls me by my name. Therefore, your name makes you special. So my name makes me special to God. My name makes me special to God. So my name makes me special to God. You are special in your own way before God. And God easily identifies you by your name. So that is all about my name makes me special. We've talked about self-awareness, which is knowing yourself better. And we all have a name. Remember, a name helps one to be identified easily by other people. And people call me by my name. That is why all of us have a name. And it is also a right. You are supposed to have, it is your right for you to be given a name. That is why when you are born, you are given a name. Then God knows my name. He calls me by my name. God knows you by your name. And therefore, when He wants to call you, He'll just call you by your name. You remember the story of Samuel? I've told you about it. God just called him by his name. Then lastly, my name makes me special to God. Your name makes you special before God. God knows that this is Shayla, this is Joy, this is Joanne, this is John, and He is able to know how special you are before Him. Now, I want to give you some work about what I have taught on self-awareness and my name makes me special. So take your exercise book and copy the questions. Now, the exercise is here. Only 3 questions. The instruction says answer the following questions. Answer the following questions. Number 1, what is your name? So you are going to write your name in the blank space provided. Question 2, how is your name different from your friend's name? How is your name different from your friend's name? How is your name different from your friend's name? So you write there what you think. Then question 3, why should people call you by your name? Why should the people call you by your name and not another person's name? You also write your answer in the blank space provided. So thanks for being good listeners. Hope to see you in the next lesson.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome, learners. My name is Stephen Kariungi. We are continuing with our biology lesson Form 1. And today I want us to discuss the differences between plant cells and animal cells. So we've been discussing the various structures that are found in plant cells and those that are found in animal cells. But for today, we'll look at the differences. So we have the differences between plant cells and animal cells. So, one of the differences between a plant cell and an animal cell is in terms of the size, in that a plant cell is usually larger compared to the animal cell. So the animal cell is usually smaller. Another difference, the plant cell has a definite shape, an animal cell has no definite shape. So we have very many shapes. Another very fundamental difference is plant cells have chloroplasts that contain chlorophyll. And that is the chlorophyll that we said is for photosynthesis. Number 3, for animal cells have no chloroplasts. In terms of the cell wall, the plant cell have cell wall. Animal cells have no cell wall. For the plant cell, it has a large and centrally located vacuole, but the animal cell has no vacuoles, but if present, they are very small. They are small and temporary. So they don't go throughout the life of the animal. More differences. As a continuation, number 6 is in terms of the nucleus. In the plant cell, the nucleus is found towards the periphery of the cell membrane. For the case of the animal cell, nucleus is centrally located at the center. Plant cells have no centrioles. Animal cells have centrioles. For the plant cells, They store starch, oils, basically the starch and oils. While animal cells they store glycogen and fats. So basically those are the differences that exist between plant cells and animal cells. In terms of the size, the plant cell is larger, the animal cell is smaller. In terms of the shape, the plant cell has a definite shape, animal cell has no definite shape. Plant cells have chloroplasts that contain chlorophyll for photosynthesis. In animal cells, there is no chloroplasts, hence no photosynthesis. Plant cells have a cell wall, animal cells have no cell wall. Plant cells have large and centrally located vacuole. Animal cells have no vacuoles, but if they are present, they are small and temporary. They do not last through the lifetime of the animal cell. Nucleus of a plant cell is found towards the periphery of the cell membrane, whereas the nucleus of an animal cell is centrally located at the center. 7, no centrioles in plant cells, but we have centrioles in animal cells. Plant cells store their food in form of starch and oils, whereas animal cells store glycogen and fats. So glycogen is a carbohydrate that is stored in animal cells. Starch is a carbohydrate that is stored in plant cells. In addition to that, plant cells have oils, but animal cells have fats. So basically, those are the differences that exist. So we'll have an assignment on the same. So the first question, name 3 food substances that are stored in A, animal cells, and B, plant cells. And number 2, give 2 main differences between an animal cell and a plant cell. So we'll stop there and continue next time from there. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi, and today we are going to discuss a Form 4 topic in chemistry, and this topic is reaction rates and reversible reactions. So the topic is reaction rates and reversible reactions as indicated here. Before we get into the details about the topic, it is important to first of all understand what is the learner required to understand by the end of this particular chapter. So we shall first of all go through the objectives of this particular chapter. Chapter objectives. First of all, we should be able to define what is the rate of reaction. We should be able to define what is the rate of reaction, as the topic suggests reaction rates. So we should be able to define the rate of reaction and also explain a concept that is referred to as activation energy. So define the rate of reaction and also explain activation energy. So that's one of our objectives. Number 2, we should be able to describe some of the methods that can be used to measure the rate of a reaction. So to describe methods that can be used to measure the rate of reaction. Then number 3, we should be able to explain some of the factors that determine the rate of reaction. Explain some of the factors that affect the rate of reaction. After having done that, we should be able to draw graphs and interpret data from those graphs, targeting at measuring the rates of reaction. So we should be able to draw graphs and interpret data from those graphs, the data that is pertaining to measuring the rate of reaction. Then number 5, we should be able to explain now the second part of the topic, reversible reactions, simple reversible reactions. And lastly, number 6, we should be able to explain the concept of equilibrium. The concept of equilibrium and factors that affect the equilibrium. So basically those are the objectives that we need to fulfill by the end of this chapter. So we are saying that we should be able to define the rate of reaction and explain the term activation energy. Number 2, we should be able to describe methods that can be used to measure the rate of reaction. Number 3, explain some of the factors. Explain some of the factors that affect the rate of reaction. Then we draw graphs and interpret data pertaining to measuring the rate of reaction. Explain simple reversible reactions and also the concept of equilibrium and also the factors that affect the equilibrium. So having done that, now we'll start on the topic. So we're going to look at the concept reaction. And to start us off, we can say that the rate of a reaction simply refers to the speed at which a reaction occurs. For example, we know that there are some reactions that we carry out and then we get the results immediately. For example, during precipitation, if you have, for example, sodium sulfate and barium nitrate, and then you combine the two solutions together, you will get a precipitate immediately. So that's a reaction that occurs very fast. So we can say that the rate of reaction is high. On the other hand, we have an example of a reaction like rusting of iron. It's a reaction that takes a number of days before that reaction can take place. So we are saying that we have different reactions that take place at different rates. So we can say that some reactions occur immediately, e.g. precipitation of barium sulfate after combining sodium sulfate and barium nitrate. So that's a reaction that occurs immediately. Maybe you can write the equation. Sodium sulfate solution plus barium nitrate, also a solution. So the two will precipitate from barium sulfate, which is a white precipitate, and sodium nitrate, which is a solution. So we are saying that that's a reaction that occurs very fast, white precipitate. On the other hand, we can give another example. On the other hand, the rusting of iron takes several days. So that is a slower reaction. So we can therefore say that the rate of reaction therefore is the rate at which reactants are consumed. Reactants are consumed or used, or products are formed in a reaction. Is a measure of how fast or how slow are the reactants getting used, or are the products being formed. So because you know that in a reaction we utilize the reactants and then we form the products. So basically we are talking about the speed of a reaction. The speed of a reaction. And to determine the speed of a reaction, possibly we can measure the change in mass, some of the properties that we look out for, change in mass, maybe change in volume if there is a gas that is being produced, and so on and so forth. So we are saying that some of the properties assessed include the change in mass. How is the mass changing? The volume of gas produced. You can also measure the intensity of color change, intensity of color change, etc. So those are some of the properties assessed during the determination of the rate of reaction, when we are determining whether a reaction is happening faster or slower. Then there is another concept that we'll introduce as we have seen it in the first objective, and this is the concept of activation energy, that is abbreviated as E A. And we say that this is the minimum amount of energy that we need to overcome so that a reaction can take place. So we can say that this is the minimum amount of energy required for a reaction to take place. Or in other words, we can say that this is the barrier to a chemical reaction. So we must overcome that barrier so that the chemical reaction can take place. So we can have a short assignment on that. So in the assignment, there are 3 questions. What is the rate of a reaction? Number 2, name some of the changes that are used to determine the rate of a reaction. Then what is activation energy? So basically, that is what we have learned in our today's lesson. We'll continue from there.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi. I welcome you to today's chemistry lesson. The topic of discussion is structure of the atom, the periodic table. So today we are going to discuss oxidation number. Oxidation number, this is the charge possessed by either an ion or a radical. Ions and radicals are charged particles. So the charge that they possess is referred to as the oxidation number. So for example, a copper 2 ion written as Cu2 positive has an oxidation number of positive 2. So that is the charge that it carries. Another example, a chloride ion, Cl negative, has an oxidation number of -1. So the charge that is indicated there. If you take an example of a radical, like a carbonate, CO3 2 negative, this one has an oxidation number of -2. So oxidation number is the charge that is possessed either by an ion or a radical. Atoms have an oxidation number of 0. Atoms have an oxidation number of 0. So they have no charge. And of course, we discussed that earlier in the topic, whereby we said that the reason why atoms have no charge is because the number of protons is always equal to the number of electrons. The number of positive charges is always equals to the number of negative charges. So in this case, the oxidation number is only found in ions and radicals. The other thing I want us to discuss is chemical formula. And the chemical formula represents compounds whose formula is written using the valences. So to write the correct chemical formula, it is important to understand the valency, which is the combining power of elements. And we'll take an example. We want to ask ourselves, what is the chemical formula of a magnesium oxide? We'll leave a space for answering that. Then B, calcium chloride. So the first thing when you're writing the chemical formula, we write the symbol. For magnesium is Mg, oxide is O. Then we come here and indicate the valency. The valency for magnesium is 2. The valency for oxygen is 2. So where they have the same valency, you simplify it into 1:1, and then you cross multiply. So the formula will be Mg multiplied by 1, O multiplied by 1. So that will be the chemical formula for magnesium oxide. So for calcium chloride, the symbol, so we start with the symbol, and then chloride is from chlorine. The valency is 2. The valency here is 1. So here you don't simplify, you just cross multiply. So calcium multiplied by 1 is calcium. Chlorine multiplied by 2 is Cl2. That's the valency for calcium chloride. So basically that's how we use the valencies to write the chemical formula. Can take a third example. One that is involving a radical. We want to write the formula for sodium carbonate. So sodium, the symbol is Na. Carbonate is CO3. Of course, 2 negative. The valency for sodium is 1. The carbonate, the valency is equivalent to the charge. It's equivalent to the oxidation number, which is 2. So you cross multiply. Sodium you multiply by 2. And then the carbonate you multiply by 1. So that will be the formula for sodium carbonate. So you will only use the charge to get the valency. So in the final answer, you don't put the charge. The charge has already been neutralized. So that's the formula. So we'll have an assignment on that. So in the assignment, what is the oxidation number? What is oxidation number? Number 2, Determine the chemical formula of calcium nitrate, sodium hydroxide, potassium hydrogen carbonate, and magnesium sulfate using the valencies. So we'll stop there until next time. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, my dear learner. Welcome back to Manifested e-learning platform. I am Teacher Purity, and we are going to learn English activities grade 3. So we are still discussing grammar, and under grammar, we are talking about the use of has. The use of has. Remember, we had already introduced ourselves to the use of has during our previous lesson. So make sure, in case you missed a point in the last lesson, you are paying attention. So the use of has. We say that has is used before or alongside pronouns she, he, it, and who. Has is used alongside pronouns he, she, who, and it. So has is used alongside he, she, he, who, and it. Has is used alongside he, she, who, and it. He when you want to introduce a male person, she when you want to talk about a female, who it's used in a question, and it when you want to talk about things that are one of a kind. So has is used alongside he, she, who, and it, and therefore it is used in singular form. Has is used in singular form. It is used in singular form. It is used in singular form. And it can also be used when you want to introduce or when you want to talk about singular nouns. Singular nouns, it might be a name of a person, or you are just saying the real name of that person. So has can be used when introducing a singular noun. It is also used after singular nouns. After singular nouns. And therefore has is used in present tense. It is used in present tense. It is used in present tense. Now let's get to know more examples of how we can use has in a sentence. Examples. Example 1. He has a pet. He has a pet. So this sentence is talking about a person who has a pet. Then she has a new doll. She has a new doll. Remember that remember that has comes after the pronoun, or it comes after the first bit of the sentence. It cannot start a sentence. It comes the second. Then who has washed the utensils? Who has washed the utensils? It is a question, and therefore has will come after the word who. Remember, we also say that has is also used after singular nouns. After singular nouns, you can mention the name of those particular people. For example, if you are called Kimani, you can say Kimani has a book. Kimani has a book. So another example. Kimani has a book. Kimani has a book. Kimani is one person, and therefore we shall use has after the noun Kimani. Another one can have a sentence. Njogu. Njogu has a new car. Njogu has a new car. So these are just examples of sentences where we can use has. How we can use has. Remember that it is used alongside he, she, who, and it. And mostly has is used in singular form. And it can also be used after singular nouns. And singular nouns are names of people. So I want us to go through or review the exercise that I gave you together. And later I will add you more work on the use of has. So the questions are here. The instructions were write has, in the blank spaces provided. Write has in the blank spaces provided. I will write the questions. Question 1. She dash a new dress. Question 2. The sun dash shining. Number 3. He dash a new watch. Then, who dash my storybook? Who dash seen my storybook? The new girl dash a nice name. That's the last question. So, these are the questions, number 1 up to number 5. The instructions were very clear. Write has in the blank spaces provided. You are only required to fill in the blank spaces with has. But before you answer any question, it is always good for you to read through the questions first without the answers. Then you now answer the question. So, sentence 1, she dash a new dress. Number 2, the sun dash been shining. Number 3, he dash a new watch. Question 4, who dash seen my storybook? Who dash seen my storybook? Number 5, the new girl dash a nice name. The new girl dash a nice name. So let's start answering the questions from the first one. She dash a new dress. She dash a new dress. Fill the blank space with has. Then after filling in your answer, you are supposed to read the whole sentence. She has a new dress. She has a new dress. If your answer is the same as what I have on the board, give yourself a mark. Question 2. The sun dash been shining. The sun dash been shining. Write your answer, has in the blank space, and read the sentence. The sun has been shining. The sun has been shining. So give yourself a mark. Number 3, he dashed a new watch. He dashed a new watch. So he has a new watch. He has a new watch. Make sure that you're confirming your answers from what you have on the board. If you have the correct answer, give yourself a tick. And in case you didn't fill correctly, just write the correct answer at the top of the blank space that you had been given. Number 4, who dash seen my storybook? Who dash seen my storybook? So fill in the blank space. Who has seen my storybook? Who has seen my storybook? Number 5, the new girl dash a nice name. The new girl dash a nice name. So the new girl has a nice name. The new girl has a nice name. So that's all you're supposed to do to fill in the blank spaces with has and also read through your work. So if you have everything scored correctly, that is very good work. And in case you didn't get right, make sure that you are doing corrections. I'm going to give you more work on the use of has. So let's copy the work. So I've added you more exercise on the use of has. 5 questions from number 1 up to 5. The instructions: use has to fill in the gaps. Use has to fill in the gaps. Remember the rule: read the questions first before you answer them. Then after answering them, you read the whole sentences. Now question 1, Pat dash a new uniform. Pat dash a new uniform. Number 2, the girl dash a big lunchbox. The girl dash a big lunchbox. Number 3, my father dash a car. My father dash a car. Number 4, Tom dash a puppy. Tom dash a puppy. And lastly, it dash been raining heavily. It dash been raining heavily. So finish the work and let's meet again in the next lesson. We shall learn something different from what we have discussed today. Thank you for being attentive.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi, and today we are continuing with our discussion on the topic of nitrogen and its compounds, and we are going to look at an alternative method of preparing nitrogen 4 oxide. Previously, we saw that nitrogen 4 oxide is prepared by the action of concentrated nitric 5 acid on copper tannings. That is the method that we discussed previously. So today we are going to look at an alternative method, and this is through thermodecomposition of metal nitrates. Now, metal nitrates that are below sodium in the reactivity series, when they go through thermodecomposition, that means decomposition by use of heat, they break down in such a way that nitrogen 4 oxide is produced as one of the gases. And in our case here, we'll prefer using lead 2 nitrate. And the reason why we prefer using lead 2 nitrate is because it is not hydrated, or it doesn't contain the water of crystallization. So, alternative method of preparing nitrogen 4 oxide. So we can say that nitrogen 4 oxide can also be prepared by the action of heat on metal nitrates below sodium in the reactivity series. Below sodium in the reactivity series, preferably lead 2 nitrate, because it is not hydrated. It doesn't have the water of crystallization. So on this, we find that through thermodecomposition, when lead 2 nitrate in solid form is heated, this is what we are calling thermodecomposition. By the action of heat, we produce lead 2 oxide, which is a solid. We have nitrogen 4 oxide gas and oxygen gas. So that is the equation for the reaction. Lead 2 oxide, this is red, this is red brown when it is hot and yellow when it is cold. So to balance the equation, we have 2 nitrogen. So we can make this to be 2. The oxygen are 6. Here they are 4, 7. We can make them 8. And we make lead to be 2. That makes 6 times 2. We can make these ones to be 4. So that is lead is balanced. Nitrogen, they are 2 times 2, 4. Oxygen is 12. 2 plus 8, 10 plus, yeah. So the equation is balanced as it is. So we're going to have a diagram to show how that preparation is done. So we are saying that lead 2 nitrate crystals are heated, and when they are heated, they go through thermodecomposition to produce nitrogen 4 oxide. The nitrogen 4 oxide is passed through ice salt mixture where the gas is condensed, and this is to obtain a liquid there, and that liquid is pale yellow liquid. And then, of course, the remaining gas, which is oxygen, is collected in a gas jar over water. So this is another way of a laboratory preparation of nitrogen 4 oxide. So basically we are saying that when lead 2 nitrate is heated, it decomposes to form lead 2 oxide, which is red brown when hot and yellow when cold. So this one remains in the boiling tube. And the nitrogen 4 oxide gas is condensed to form a pale yellow liquid that is collected in a U tube. So this is a U tube, a U-shaped tube that has been immersed in ice salt mixture to allow condensation of the gas. And this pale yellow liquid is called dinitrogen tetraoxide. We are going to see more of that. And then oxygen is collected over water, as shown there in the diagram. So that is an alternative method. So we are saying that nitrogen 4 oxide is condensed into a pale yellow liquid in the U tube called dinitrogen tetraoxide. Dinitrogen tetraoxide. Dinitrogen with the 2 oxygen, tetraoxide with the 2 nitrogen and 4 oxygen. So basically what happens, the equation here, then nitrogen 4 oxide gas on cooling, it changes into dinitrogen tetraoxide. And this is a reversible reaction, that is on heating, the reverse takes place. So this is that. Nitrogen 4 oxide is red brown. Dinitrogen tetraoxide is pale yellow. So we are saying pale yellow dinitrogen tetraoxide. So that is how the nitrogen 4 is collected. So it's collected by liquefaction. That method whereby the gas is collected in a U tube by changing it into a liquid is called liquefaction. So basically the oxygen, we know that it is slightly soluble in water, so it's collected as shown in the diagram. So this is an alternative method of preparing nitrogen 4 oxide. So let's say something about the properties. And these are the chemical properties. We have already looked at the physical. The chemical properties. And we can say that 1 nitrogen 4 oxide dissolves in water to form an acidic solution. And this solution, which is a mixture of nitric 5 acid and nitric 3 acid. So when the gas dissolves in water, we form 2 acids. That is nitric 5 acid and nitric 3. Balancing is okay. Yep. So nitric 3 acid is oxidized by oxygen in the air. To form nitric 5 acid. So we can say that nitric 3 acid is not very stable. So after a short while, it changes into nitric 5 because of its exposure to the oxygen in the air, and it becomes oxidized. So we can see that HNO2 plus oxygen that is in the air, we form nitric 5. So that is as far as the acidity of nitrogen 4 oxide is concerned. We can also say that the gas supports combustion of strongly burning metals, e.g. magnesium plus nitrogen 4 oxide. So magnesium decomposes nitrogen 4 oxide into nitrogen and oxygen, and magnesium is oxidized to magnesium oxide, while nitrogen is separated. So there is decomposition of nitrogen 4 oxide into nitrogen and oxygen. The oxygen now oxidizes the magnesium to magnesium oxide. Then the nitrogen is left. So this is a reduction. And this is an oxidation. So we are going to stop there and have an assignment. So the assignment, question number 1, write a balanced chemical equation for the preparation of nitrogen 4 oxide from lead 2 nitrate crystals. 2, state 2 chemical properties of nitrogen 4 oxide. So we are going to stop there and continue next time. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers,
Hujambo mwanafunzi, uhali gani? Karibu katika kipindi chetu cha leo cha Kiswahili kidato cha 4. Tuko pale pale katika ukumbi wa masomo ya mtandaoni ya Manifested. Leo hii tumenuia kuangazia ushairi wa lugha ya Kiswahili, hasa katika sehemu ya bahari za mashairi. Katika vipindi vilivyopita, ningependa tuweze kutalii nawe yale ambayo tulikuwa tumeshayapitia. Tulikuwa tumeshaangalia maana ya ushairi, tukaangalia baadhi ya istilahi zinazotumika katika mashairi. Mbali na hapo, tukaangalia pia migao au ukitaka kategoria za mashairi ambayo ilikuwa ni miwili. Tukaangalia, tukaona kwamba mashairi yamegawika kuwili kulingana na jinsi yanavyoonekana, kulingana na namna ya utunzi wa mashairi yenyewe. Nitakukumbusha tu jinsi tulivyosema. Tukasema kwamba migao ya mashairi au kitaka kategoria bado, tukaona kwamba kuna kategoria ya kwanza ambayo tuliita mashairi arudhi, ambayo pia tuliyaita mashairi ya kimapokeo. Pia unaweza ukayapa neno jingine, mashairi ya jadi, kwa sababu ni mashairi ambayo yalitungwa katika enzi hizo, na bado wapo malenga ambao bado wameshikilia huu msimamo wa kutunga mashairi yanayofuata hizi arudhi. Nikawaeleza hivi kwamba arudhi ni zile kanuni, kaida, zile sheria zinazotumika katika utunzi wa mashairi. Basi mashairi ya arudhi ndiyo hayo tukayaita ya kimapokeo, au ukitaka mashairi jadi, mashairi ya jadi. Wale ambao wanashikilia msimamo kwamba lazima mashairi haya yatungwe kwa kuzingatia hizi arudhi, ndio ambao wanaitwa wana mapokeo. Hawa ni malenga wanaoshikilia kani kwamba ati lazima mashairi yapangwe, yaandikwe, yatungwe kwa kufuata arudhi, au ukitaka ndizo sheria, kaida za utunzi wa mashairi. Na kaida zenyewe ni zipi? Tulitaja vizuri, tukaona beti, ati lazima kazi ipangwe katika beti, lazima ipangwe katika mishororo, lazima ipangwe ikiwa na vina, mizani na pia vibwagizo. Wana mapokeo wanaamini kwamba lazima shairi lipangwe kwa kuzingatia hizi kaida, kwamba lazima liwe na beti, lazima liwe na mishororo, lazima liwe na vina, lazima liwe na mizani, vile vile kibwagizo, bila kusahau vipande. Basi hiyo ndiyo kategoria ya kwanza. Kategoria ya pili, hii sehemu ya bahari za mashairi tutashughulikia baadaye, lakini kwa sasa wacha tuangalie. Kategoria ya pili ni hii ya mashairi huru. Angalia msikilizaji, msomaji wa Kiswahili, angalia jinsi neno huru limetumika. Yaani huyu malenga ako huru kuwasilisha maudhui yake, ujumbe kwa lugha teule, tena mpangilio maalum wa maneno, bila kubanwa na hizi sheria. hizi sheria za beti, mishororo, vina, mizani, kibwagizo na vipande huwa hazibani malenga wa mashairi huru. Nafikiri umepatana na mashairi yake Kidhaka wa Mberia. Baadhi ya hayo mashairi yameandikwa, yametungwa hasa bila kuzingatia hizi arudhi za utunzi wa mashairi. Basi mashairi huru ni nini? Angalia neno huru, kumaanisha huyu malenga ako huru, hajabanwa na kaida zozote. Mashairi huru nayo tunaweza tukasema vipi? Ni mashairi yanayotungwa bila kuzingatia arudhi. Utapata kwamba haya mashairi pia yana visawe. Pia unaweza ukasikia haya mashairi yakiitwa mapingiti, pia huitwa mapingiti. Unasikia kwamba yanaitwa mavue bado, koma, ya kimapinduzi, pia utasikia yanaitwa zuhali, au pia usikia yanaitwa masivina kwa kuwa hayana vina. Kuna neno guni, bado ni guni, mashairi guni. Yaani hivi ni visawe vyote vya mashairi ambayo ni huru. Ni mashairi yanaitwa mapingiti, mavue, ya kimapinduzi, zuhali, masivina. Pia utasikia kwamba yanaitwa mashairi guni. Mpendwa msomi wa lugha ya Kiswahili, pia ningependa nikufahamishe kwamba wale wakereketwa, wale malenga ambao wanaonelea kwamba bora tu una maudhui na dhamira yako kama mshairi, sio lazima ubanwe na hizi kaida za utunzi, wanausasa ndio ambao wanaitwa wana mapinduzi. Waite pia wanausasa. Wale wanafuata huu mkondo wa mashairi huru. Haya basi, mwanafunzi wa kidato cha 4, katika hicho kipindi nilikuwa nimekupa kazi mradi ambayo ulifaa kushughulikia, ambayo ulifaa kuangazia tofauti kati ya mashairi ya arudhi na mashairi huru. Tofauti zenyewe ndizo hizi. Utapata kwamba haya mashairi huru ambayo yanafuata hizi kaida ama sheria za utunzi wa mashairi yamepangwa katika beti zinazofanana, beti zenye mishororo iliyo sawa. Ilhali upande huu mwingine wa mashairi huru, beti za mashairi haya hazifanani. Unapata kwamba ubeti wa kwanza una mishororo 3, ubeti wa 3 una mishororo 12, ubeti wa 4 una mishororo 7 na kadhalika. Namna hiyo. Tuangalie mishororo. Mishororo katika mashairi ya arudhi inakuwa ni sawa na yenye vipande vilivyo sawa. Kama ni vipande viwili katika kila mshororo inakuwa ni hivyo kuanzia mwanzo hadi mwisho. Ukija kuangalia kwenye mashairi huru, basi mishororo yenyewe haijapangwa katika vipande na inatofautiana kutoka ubeti hadi mwingine. Kila ubeti unajitegemea kimizani. Vina. Utapata kwamba mashairi huru yana vina vinavyofuata mkondo fulani. kuna vile ambavyo vinatiririka, kuna wakati mwingine vinabadilika, lakini ukiangalia tu ruwaza ya vina vyenyewe inafuata mkondo fulani ambao unaonekana kwa wazi. Lakini ukija kuingia katika mashairi huru na ukiangalia msamiati ama jina lake ni masivina, hili shairi halina vina. Ukija kuangalia tofauti nyingine ni mizani. Mizani inakuwa sawa katika kila mshororo. Kama mshororo wa kwanza una mizani 16, wa pili una mishororo 16 na mshororo wa 15 vile vile una mishororo 16. Vivyo hivyo. Yaani kumaanisha vipi? Lazima hiyo sheria imefuatwa. Lakini ukija kuingia katika mashairi huru, hakuna urari wa mizani. Hakuna urari wa mizani. Kibwagizo katika mashairi huru utapata kwamba kinarudiwa. Ukiingia katika mashairi huru, basi si aghalabu kupata kwamba kibwagizo kinarudiwa. Wacha tuangalie katika sehemu ya vipande. Mishororo hairudiwi, mishororo inakuwa imepangika kwa vipande. Lakini ukiingia katika mashairi huru, mishororo yake huwa haijagawika katika vipande. Nafikiri japokuwa nimeharakisha katika kutalii hiyo kazi nyingine, naomba sasa mwanafunzi na kupa muda kidogo uende moja kwa moja hadi kwenye daftari lako. Jaribu kusahihisha kulingana na yale ambayo umeyapata katika maelezo niliyoyatoa sasa hivi. Lakini baada ya hapo nataka tutalii moja kwa moja hadi katika bahari. Mwanafunzi mpenzi wa Kiswahili, napotaja neno bahari simaanishi kwamba ya bahari ya Hindi, la hasha. Simaanishi baadhi ya maziwa, la. Bahari katika ushairi au pia bahari za mashairi. Bahari katika ushairi, bahari za mashairi. Kwanza tujaribu kuelewa neno bahari. Bahari tunaweza kueleza kama vile ni mikondo tofauti ya mashairi kwa kuzingatia sura ya nje. Kulingana na jinsi ambavyo shairi linaonekana, basi hiyo ndiyo bahari. Utapata bahari ni nyingi tu. Bahari ni nyingi. Na sasa katika hizi bahari ama hii mikondo tofauti tofauti, tutatumia vigezo mbalimbali ili tuweze kugawa ama kuainisha bahari mbalimbali za mashairi. Ninapotumia neno kigezo, vikiwa vingi ni vigezo. Vigezo. Katika lugha ya Kimombo, criterion or criteria. Criteria. Pana baadhi ya vigezo vinavyotumika. Navyo hivi vigezo vya kuainisha bahari Vigezo vya kuainisha bahari ni kama ifuatavyo. Kigezo cha kwanza ni idadi ya mishororo. Katika beti. Idadi ya mishororo katika beti. Kigezo cha pili. Vipande katika mishororo. Kigezo cha tatu. Vina. Kigezo cha nne. Mizani. Kigezo cha tano. Mpangilio wa maneno. Basi hivyo ndivyo vigezo vinavyotumika katika kuainisha bahari mbalimbali. Mwanafunzi, naamini bado umeandika mawili matatu, hasa kuhusiana na vigezo vinavyotumika katika kuainisha bahari mbalimbali za mashairi. Wacha tuangalie kigezo cha kwanza ambacho ni idadi ya mishororo katika beti. Kigezo cha kwanza, bahari kulingana na idadi ya mishororo. Andika hivyo. Bahari kulingana na idadi ya mishororo. Hapa sasa ndipo ambapo tunaangalia aina za mashairi kwa kuangazia idadi ya mishororo katika beti. Na hapa aina za mashairi ambayo unapata hapa ni: cha kwanza. Aina ya kwanza ni tathmina au ukitaka umoja. Tathmina au umoja. Kumbuka ni bahari kulingana na idadi ya mishororo katika ubeti. Katika kila ubeti. Iwapo utapata kwamba katika kila ubeti, basi shairi lina mshororo mmoja, basi hilo shairi liko katika bahari ya tathmina au ukitaka pia uite umoja. Basi hili ni shairi lenye mshororo mmoja. Katika kila ubeti. Angalia mfano kama huu. Unapata kwamba mfano, mshororo wa kwanza una huu ubeti wake, mshororo wake ni huo mmoja. Ubeti wa kwanza. Ubeti wa pili, mshororo mwingine mmoja. ubeti wa 3, mshororo mwingine mmoja. Hilo ni shairi katika bahari ya tathmina au umoja. Yaani shairi lenye mshororo mmoja katika kila ubeti. Hilo lipo shairi la aina hiyo. Lakini aghalabu hutayapata sana mashairi haya yakitumika. Lakini iwapo unaweza kutunga lako mwanafunzi, pia tutashukuru sana. Wacha tuangalie bahari nyingine. Shairi lenye mishororo miwili. Hili lilikuwa shairi lenye mshororo moja. Wacha tuandike hii sehemu hapa. Nambari ya 2, tathnia au ukitaka uwili. Hili ni shairi ambalo lina mishororo miwili katika kila ubeti. Hili ni shairi lenye mishororo miwili katika kila ubeti. Mfano ambao naweza kuutoa ni mwelekezo tu namna hii. Unapata kwenye ubeti wa kwanza kuna mshororo wa kwanza na mshororo wa pili. Ukwapi utao kwenye mshororo wa kwanza, mshororo wa pili. Kwenye ubeti wa pili kuna mshororo wa kwanza na kuna mshororo wa pili. Ubeti wa tatu, mshororo wa kwanza na mshororo wa pili. Nafikiri unazidi kuelewa, msomaji wa mashairi ya Kiswahili. Mpaka hapo tumepata ni shairi la tathnia au ukitaka uwili. Shairi lenye mishororo miwili katika kila ubeti. Basi wacha tuangalie bahari nyingine ya mashairi ya Kiswahili kwa kutumia kigezo cha idadi ya mishororo. Hili litaitwa tathlitha au ukitaka utatu. Pia linaitwa wimbo. Wimbo. Tathlitha, utatu, wimbo ni maneno yote sawa, yana maana kwamba ni shairi lenye mishororo mitatu katika kila ubeti. Linaitwa tathlitha, utatu, wimbo. Hili ni shairi lenye mishororo mitatu katika kila ubeti. Nataka nitoe mfano. Namna hii. Ubeti wa kwanza una mshororo wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu. Huo ni ubeti wa kwanza. Ubeti wa pili vivyo hivyo una mshororo wa kwanza, wa pili, na wa tatu. Vivyo hivyo katika ubeti wa tatu. Msikilizaji, naomba kuendelea. Naamini kwamba unafuata, unaandika yale ambayo unaelewa katika somo letu la leo. Wacha tuendelee. Bahari ya nne kwa mujibu wa bahari katika kulingana na idadi ya mishororo ni tarbia, au pia unaweza ukasema ni unne. Haya mashairi ya ghalabu umepatana nayo kwingi sana. Haya ndiyo mashairi yaliyozoelewa sana na baadhi ya malenga wengi tu. Ukiangalia kokote kule utapata haya mashairi ya tarbia au ukitaka unne, ambapo ni mashairi yenye mishororo minne. Samahani, minne katika kila ubeti. Mashairi ambayo yana mishororo minne katika kila ubeti. Hayo umeyazoelea sana, umeweza kukutana nayo, ukatagusana nayo, ukayasoma, au labda ukayaigiza katika tamasha za muziki ama pia katika tamasha za drama. Mashairi hayo utayapata kwa wingi sana, ambayo unapata kwamba kila ubeti, mfano ni kwamba kila ubeti wa kwanza una mishororo minne. Mshororo wa pili, wa tatu, wa nne. Huo ni ubeti wa kwanza. Ubeti wa pili unapata una mishororo minne pia. Vivyo hivyo katika mshororo wa tatu, katika ubeti wa tatu, ubeti wa nne, ubeti wa tano. Vivyo hivyo. Basi tarbia au unne ni shairi lenye mishororo minne katika kila ubeti. Shairi jingine ni lile ambalo liko katika bahari ya takhmisa. Takhmisa, naomba kufuta ile sehemu tafadhali kwa ajili ya kupata nafasi zaidi. Tumetoka hapa katika tarbia au ukitaka unne. Bahari nyingine ni hii ya tano, ni takhmisa. Takhmisa au ukitaka utano. Bila shaka hapo unaelewa maana yake. Takhmisa, utano, yani shairi ambalo lina mishororo mitano katika kila ubeti. Shairi lenye mishororo mitano. Ni shairi lenye mishororo mitano katika kila ubeti. Wacha tuangalie mfano unaweza kuwa namna gani, mwanafunzi. Hakikisha mifano yoyote ambayo unaitwa hapa katika ubao, basi umeweza kuandika vizuri katika daftari lako kwa ajili ya kudurusu katika wakati wako unapofanya marudio yako. Mfano, ubeti wa kwanza, mshororo wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu, wa nne, wa tano. Huo ni ubeti wa kwanza. Una mishororo mitano. Aya, ubeti wa pili unapata vipi? Vile vile ubeti wa pili unakuwa na mishororo mitano. Hilo shairi liko katika bahari ya takhmisa au ukitaka utano. Basi wacha tuangalie bahari nyingine ya sita, itaitwa tasdisa. Tasdisa au ukitaka basi usita. Tasdisa au usita. Tasdisa au usita. Bila shaka kama takhmisa au utano ni shairi lenye mishororo mitano katika kila ubeti, hili nalo lina mizani mingapi? Bila shaka lina mishororo mingapi? 6 katika kila ubeti. Hili ni shairi la mishororo 6 kila ubeti. Mfano tu ndo huu. Ubeti wa kwanza, mshororo wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu, wa nne, sita, wa tano na sita. Huo ni ubeti wa kwanza. Ubeti wa pili, vivyo hivyo, mishororo 6. Mishororo 6 katika kila ubeti. Shairi katika bahari ya tasdisa au kitaka usita. Msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, naomba kuendelea kutalii nawe hizi bahari za mashairi kwa kuzingatia hiki kigezo cha idadi ya mishororo. Bado nambari ya 7 naomba kufuta hapa bado kwa ajili ya kupata nafasi zaidi. Nambari ya 7. Nambari ya 7. Nambari ya 7, hili shairi litaitwa tasbia au usaba. Hili bila shaka ni shairi lenye mishororo 7 kila ubeti. Kila ubeti mishororo 7 katika kila ubeti. Mfano uko wapi? Ndio huu. Ubeti wa kwanza una mshororo wa kwanza, Huo ni ubeti wa kwanza wenye mishororo ngapi? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Shairi la usaba au ukitaka tasbia. Ubeti wa pili vivyo hivyo, mshororo wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu, wa nne, wa tano, wa sita, vile vile wa saba. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Basi hilo shairi liko katika bahari ya tasbia. Nambari ya 8. Nambari ya 8. Shairi kwa jina naudi. Neno naudi au uite unane. Bila shaka hili ni shairi la sampuli gani? Ni shairi lenye mishororo 8 katika kila ubeti. Ni shairi lenye mishororo 8 katika kila beti. Katika beti zake. Kila ubeti mishororo 8. Kila ubeti mishororo 8. Kama kawaida nitakuchorea tu mfano, lakini katika ubeti wa kwanza peke yake kwa ajili ya nafasi. Ubeti wa kwanza ndio huu. Mshororo wa kwanza ndio huu. Mshororo wa pili, mshororo wa tatu, mshororo wa 4, mshororo wa 5, mshororo wa 6, mshororo wa 8, 7, samahani. Hiyo ni mishororo mingapi? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 na wa mwisho wa 8, mishororo 8 katika kila ubeti. Ubeti wa pili mishororo 8. Ubeti wa tatu mishororo hiyo hiyo. Wacha tuangalie nyingine ya 9. Bahari nyingine zilizosalia kwa kuangalia kigezo cha idadi ya mishororo ni nambari ya 9. Nambari ya 9 ni shairi lenye mishororo 9. Tutaliita telemania. Telemania au pia utisa. Shairi lenye mishororo 9. Basi mpango ni ule ule katika ubeti wa kwanza mishororo 9. Ubeti wa pili mishororo 9. Ubeti wa tatu vivyo hivyo. Nambari ya 10 ni ukumi. Hili shairi ambalo lina mishororo 10 katika kila ubeti. Utakutana nalo katika pitia zako za mashairi. Basi kuna hili shairi jingine linaitwa soneti. Linaitwa soneti. Soneti hili lina mishororo 14. Mishororo 14 katika kila ubeti. Mishororo 14 katika kila ubeti. Nafikiri umeweza kufuata yote ambayo tumekuwa tukifanya kuanzia mwanzo hadi sasa hivi. Tumepata mishororo mbalimbali, tumepata bahari mbalimbali kwa kuangalia kigezo cha idadi ya mishororo katika kila ubeti. Basi mwanafunzi, nataka nikupe kazi mradi ambayo utashughulikia kabla tupatane kwenye hicho kipindi kingine, angalia taja aina za mashairi ukizingatia idadi ya mishororo. Hiyo ndio kazi utakayoshughulikia. Nakili hili swali katika daftari lako. Nashukuru kwa ajili ya kunisikiliza kwa uzingatifu mkubwa. Hadi kipindi kingine, asanti. Mimi wako Mugambi James.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, welcome back to the lesson. Remember, we are still looking at molar solutions, and in the previous lesson we were discussing about molarity. And we saying that molarity refers to the number of moles per liter of a solution. Molarity refers to the number of moles per liter of a solution. And we did examples, and I left 2 questions which you are to do. And in this lesson, I want us now to go through the 2 questions and see whether you've done them correctly. Question number 1 was determine the molarity of a solution containing 10.6 grams of sodium carbonate dissolved in A, 250 centimeters cubed of distilled water, B, 500 centimeters cubed of distilled water. Number 1, we are first supposed to get the relative formula mass of sodium carbonate. So this is how you are to go about them. The relative formula mass of sodium carbonate is given by, or is, 23, that is the mass of sodium, times 2, plus the mass of carbon, which is 12, plus the mass of oxygen, which is 16, and there are 3 atoms. This is 46 plus 12 plus 48, which gives us 106. So 106 is the relative formula mass of sodium carbonate. is the relative formula mass of sodium carbonate. Then we'll go into now getting the number of moles. Number of moles, which are given by mass divided by the molar mass. The mass is 10.6 divided by the molar mass, which is 106. Then this, we are going to get 0.1 mole. Those are now the number of moles of sodium carbonate. Remember, we're doing the first one. These ones were dissolved in 250 of distilled water. And therefore, we just say that 0.1 moles, these ones were contained, or they are contained in 250 centimeters cubed of distilled water. Then how many moles will there be in 1 liter? And 1 liter is 1000 centimeters cubed of distilled water. Therefore, this will be 1000 times you cross multiply times 0.1 divided by 250, and this will be 0.4. Therefore, the concentration will be 0.4 mole per dm cubed, or 0.4 molar. 0.4 moles per dm cubed or decimeter cubed, or 0.4 molar. It should be capital M. If you write small m, then that is not right. Therefore, that is how you're supposed to go about question number 1, number 1A. Therefore, number B was, because the difference is that the solutions where they are contained. In A, it was contained in 250 centimeters cubed of distilled water, and B, it was contained in 500 centimeters cubed of distilled water. Therefore, the number of moles are the same. The only difference will be now the molarity. Number of moles, they're still gotten as they're still 10.6 divided by 106 is giving us 0.1 mole. Then 0.1 mole, these ones are contained in 500 centimeters cubed of distilled water. Then now what about 1000 centimeters cubed? This will be 1000 times 0.1 divided by 500. And this will be 0.2 mole per dm cubed, or 0.2 molar. 0.2 mole per dm cubed, or 0.2 molar, capital M. That is how you're supposed to go about question number 1. Question number 2. The question number 2 was, when 34.8 grams of potassium sulfate were dissolved in 500 centimeters cubed distilled water, then calculate the concentration of potassium sulfate in grams per liter, and second, molarity of the solution. Number 2, this is how you would go about it. We first of all get the concentration in moles per liter, and the concentration would be so easy. In 2:1, we just say that 34.8 grams, these ones are contained in 500 centimeters cubed. Then how many grams will be in 1000 centimeters cubed? So how many grams of potassium sulfate will be contained in 1000? Therefore, it will be 34.8 times 1000 divided by 500. And this will be 34.8 it will be 69.6 grams per liter. That is the concentration of potassium sulfate in grams per liter. If 34.8 grams are contained in 500 centimeters cubed, then how many grams are contained in 1 liter? Therefore, you just like you multiply by 2, 69.6. And second, the molarity of the solution. For us to be able now to calculate the molarity, then we need the RFM first, RFM of potassium sulfate. The RFM of potassium sulfate, we have the relative atomic masses. Potassium is 39. It will be 39 times 2 because of the 2 atoms. Then you add mass of sulfur, which is 32. You add mass of oxygen, which is 16 times 4. Then you now be able to get the relative formula mass. This is 39 times 2 is 78, plus 32, plus 16 times 4 is 64. Therefore, when you add those, when you add 78 plus 32 plus 64, that is now giving you 174. 174, this is the RFM of potassium sulfate. Therefore, we now get the number of moles. The number of moles that are given by mass, you divide by the molar mass. The mass is 34.8. It's now 34.8 divided by 174. This will give you this is 0.1955. 0.1955 mole. That because it's now molarity, and we are saying that molarity is the number of moles contained in 1 liter. Just say that 0.1955 are contained in 500 centimeters cubed of distilled water. Then now what about 1000 centimeters cubed? And this will be 1000 times 0.1955 divided by 500. And therefore, molarity will be 0.391. 0.391 mole per dm cubed, all 0.391 molar. It is as simple as that 0.391 mole per dm cubed or per decimeter cubed, all 0.391 molar. If that is now what you got, then well done. And right now I want to give you some more questions. You practice on calculation of concentration, molarity, and getting the mass and all that. Therefore, I'll leave you with these questions. That is the assignment. There are 5 questions. Question number 1, calculate the number of moles of sodium carbonate present in 100 centimeters cubed of 2 molar sodium carbonate solution. Question number 2, calculate the mass of sulfuric 6 acid in 250 centimeters cubed of a solution whose concentration is 0.25 mole per decimeter cubed. Question number 3, calculate the A, number of moles present in 25 centimeters cubed of 0.2 molar sodium hydroxide solution. B, mass in grams present in 25 centimeters cubed of a 0.2 molar sodium hydroxide solution. Question number 4, calculate the number of moles of sodium chloride in 500 centimeters cubed of 3 molar sodium chloride solution. And 5, calculate the mass of calcium chloride required to make 1 liter of 0.2 molar calcium chloride solution. Therefore, attempt those questions. And in the next lesson, we are going to discuss how to prepare molar solution or preparation of molar solutions. See you in the next lesson.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Assalamu alaikum mwanafunzi, mtazamaji wa kipindi hiki cha Kiswahili. Karibu katika ukumbi huu wa masomo ya mtandaoni Manifested. Leo nakukaribisha ili tuweze kusoma. Na tutakachosoma ni taarifa kuhusu bendera yetu. Bendera kama unavyoona kila siku ya Ijumaa, kila siku ya Jumatatu, basi huwa mnaipandisha pale shuleni. Na sijui kama unakumbuka rangi zake. Rangi zake lazima mpaka sasa hivi uwe unazikumbuka rangi za ile bendera. Basi kwa siku ya leo tunafaa tusome na tufafanue zaidi. Zile rangi si kwamba ziko tu hapo bila ya maana yoyote. Lazima zina haja ya kuwa pale. Lazima kuwe na sababu ya ile bendera kuwa na zile rangi zake 4. Tutakuja kuona majina ya rangi zenyewe na kila moja ina haja gani. Tuone wakati ambapo tunapandisha ile bendera, kuna mambo muhimu ya kuzingatia. Basi wacha tupitie, na kufikia mwisho wa kipindi hiki hakikisha kwamba umejua jambo jipya ambalo hukulijua kuhusiana na bendera ya nchi yetu ya Kenya. Basi hayo yote tutayasoma kutokana na kitabu kilichoteuliwa kuwa ndicho mwongozo ambacho kimeteuliwa na taasisi ya KICD. Hivyo basi na kutaka wewe kukichukua kitabu chenyewe cha Kiswahili darasa la 6, kisha ufungue ukurasa wa 20. Unapofungua huu ukurasa wa 20 na kutaka, basi pale chini ndipo taarifa yenyewe inaanza. Taarifa inaanza, ufahamu wenyewe unaanza. Na ukiangalia kwenye ukurasa 21 kuna picha ambayo imechorwa pale, ambayo inaoneshana kuna ramani ya nchi ya Kenya. Na katika hiyo ramani ndani tunaona kuna hiyo bendera yetu ya nchi ya Kenya. Basi wacha tuone ni nini kinazungumziwa katika taarifa yenyewe, katika ufahamu huu. Na kutaka wewe basi kuwa na hicho kitabu, kaa ange kabisa, fuata, makinika, fuata kila neno ninalolisoma. Pia wewe fuata kimoyomoyo ili tuweze kuelewa kila kitu kilicho katika taarifa hii. Mada ni bendera yetu. Bendera yetu ya Kenya ina rangi 4 pamoja na ngao na mikuki miwili katikati. Vitu hivi vina maana mbalimbali. Rangi nyeusi ya bendera yetu inawakilisha wananchi. Rangi nyekundu inaonyesha damu yetu iliyomwagika wakati wa harakati zetu za kupigania uhuru wetu. Nayo rangi ya kijani kibichi inaonyesha utajiri wa nchi yetu unaopatikana kutokana na ardhi yetu yenye rutuba. Hatimaye rangi nyeupe huonyesha upendo, amani na umoja. Katikati ya bendera yetu kuna ngao na mikuki miwili. Vitu hivi ni alama inayotukumbusha kwamba ni sharti tuwe tayari daima dawama kuulinda uhuru wetu kwa vyovyote vile. Bendera yetu ni ishara ya serikali yetu tukufu. Kila inapopandishwa au kushushwa, ni lazima kila mtu aiheshimu kwa kusimama wima, bila kupinda, bila kuinama. Ni makosa makubwa kutosimama ipasavyo wakati bendera ya taifa inapopandishwa au inapoteremshwa. Huu ni wajibu wa kila mzalendo kuutekeleza bila kushurutishwa, kwani heshima si utumwa. Yafaa tukumbuke kwamba bendera ya taifa letu ndiyo inayopewa heshima kubwa zaidi kuliko bendera zote nchi nyingine, kuliko bendera zozote zingine nchini kwetu. Kila wakati bendera yetu ya taifa inapopandishwa shuleni, filimbi hupulizwa na wimbo wa taifa huimbwa. Je, unajua wimbo wetu wa taifa? Unaujua wimbo wetu wa taifa? Wimbo wa taifa wa nchi ya Kenya? Basi muhimu uwe unaujua. Katika taarifa tuliyoisoma tumeweza kukumbana na maneno kama vile inawakilisha, ina maana kwamba inasimamia. Yaani kila rangi ama kila ishara, kila alama katika hiyo bendera inasimamia ama inawakilisha. Kuwakilisha, kusimamia, yote sawa. Harakati ina maana ya shughuli za mapambano. Kwa mfano, tunasikia kwamba ile rangi nyekundu inawakilisha ama inasimamia damu iliyomwagika katika harakati za kupigania ukombozi, uhuru wetu. Tuna neno rotuba. Rotuba ni mchanga mzuri wa kukuza vyakula. Ule mchanga mzuri wa kukuza vyakula, basi huo mchanga unaitwa rotuba. Zaidi kuna sharti. Tunasikia bendera inapopandishwa, sharti kila mtu asimame wima. Sharti ikiwa na maana kwamba lazima mtu asimame wima. Daima dawama ama daima dawamu ina maana ya milele. Milele. Kisha tunasikia vipi? Huu ni wajibu wa kila mzalendo. Huu ni wajibu wa kila mzalendo. Kufanya nini? Kusimama wima na kuiheshimu bendera ya taifa la Kenya. Basi mzalendo ni mtu anayeipenda nchi yake. Ni mtu anayeipenda nchi yake. Basi msikilizaji, mtazamaji, nilipokuwa nasoma hii taarifa, kuna baadhi ya mambo ambayo tumeweza kupata kuhusu nchi yetu, ambayo tumesikia ya kwamba, kuhusu bendera ya nchi yetu, ambayo tumesikia ya kwamba ina zile rangi 4. Ina rangi 4. Basi msikilizaji, mtazamaji, tuliona kwamba rangi ni 4. Rangi 4. Tukaona kwamba kuna ile nyeusi. Mbali na hiyo nyeusi, tukaona kuna nyingine ambayo ni ya kijani kibichi. Kijani kibichi. Kisha kuna ile nyingine nyekundu. 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 Na mwisho kuna ile nyeupe. Kuna ile nyeupe. Basi katika kila rangi, tunaposema rangi nyeusi, kuna ile rangi naweza nikatoa mfano wa rangi nyeusi kama tai yangu hapa. Hii ni rangi nyeusi hii. Hii ni rangi nyeusi. Nitumie mfano wa tai yangu. Rangi nyeusi ni kama hii. Ukija kuangalia kwenye bendera utapata hii rangi nyeusi. Rangi nyeusi. Haya, rangi nyeusi tulielezwa kwamba ni rangi ambayo inafanya nini? Inawakilisha wananchi. Ni rangi inayowakilisha wananchi. Ni rangi inayowakilisha wananchi. Hii hapa rangi nyeusi. Na nimekuonesha rangi nyeusi ni hii rangi hii. Hii tai unaweza ukasema hii tai ni ya rangi nyeusi. Kisha niweke kando, tunasikia tena kuna rangi gani? Rangi ya kijani kibichi. Kijani ambacho hakijaiva ni kibichi. Hivyo basi mfano wa kijani kibichi, rangi ya kijani kibichi ndiyo hii. Rangi ya kijani kibichi, nafikiri unaiona rangi ya kijani kibichi. Hii tai ni ya rangi ya kijani kibichi. Na kijani kibichi nacho tunasikia kinafanya nini? Rangi ya kijani kibichi inaonyesha utajiri wa nchi yetu unaopatikana kutokana na ardhi yenye rutuba. Ina maana ya utajiri wa nchi yetu unaopatikana kutokana na rutuba. Ardhi ambayo ina rutuba, vyakula vingi. Yaani kuwa na maana ya ardhi. Kijani kibichi rangi yake ndiyo hiyo. Mfano ni hii tai. Kisha tuna rangi nyingine ambayo ni rangi nyekundu. Rangi nyekundu umeiona kwenye bendera yetu ya nchi ya Kenya. Basi rangi nyekundu nayo sio nyingine ila hii. Hii ni tai ya rangi nyekundu. Ukiangalia vizuri rangi yenyewe ni nyekundu ambayo kwa kawaida tunasema ni red kwa lugha ya Kimombo. Red color. Red. Rangi nyekundu nayo tunasikia vipi? Nayo rangi nyekundu inaonyesha damu yetu iliyomwagika wakati wa harakati zetu za kupigania uhuru wetu. Inaonyesha damu nyekundu. Damu huwa ni nyekundu. Damu nyekundu ambayo ilimwagika katika harakati za kupigania uhuru wa nchi yetu. Wakati ambapo mbeberu mkoloni alikuwa amekataa kabisa kuondoka na alikuwa akimtumikisha na kumtesa sana mtu mweusi Mwafrika, mwananchi wa Kenya. Hivyo basi damu nyingi ilimwagika kwa sababu kulikuwa na vita. Mzungu hakutaka kuondoka sababu alifaidi nini? Alifaidi ardhi yetu. Alifaidi rasilimali yetu. Alifaidi mali asili yetu. Hivyo ndo maana hakutaka kuondoka. Kisha kuna rangi nyingine, rangi nyeupe. Rangi nyeupe. Hiyo rangi nyeupe nayo huonyesha upendo, amani na umoja. Watu wa nchi ya Kenya ni watu wenye upendo, amani na umoja. Rangi nyeupe. Rangi nyeupe ni kama huu ubao wangu hapa, ninaweza nikasema kwamba ni rangi nyeupe. Hivyo basi wacha tuangalie mfano wa rangi nyeupe tena. Hii tai yangu ninaweza nikasema kwamba ni ya rangi nyeupe. Hii tai ni ya rangi nyeupe. Rangi yake ni nyeupe. Hata ubao wangu hapa ni mweupe. Basi naomba kusitia hapo. Nikitaka kwanza nikupe zoezi. Maswali tu kidogo ambayo unafaa uyafanye kwa ajili ya kufanya mazoezi zaidi. Zoezi. Basi maswali yako ndio haya mwanafunzi, ambayo nataka wewe uweze kuyafanya kabla ya kupatana katika kipindi kingine. Bendera ya taifa letu ina rangi ngapi? Nambari ya pili, ni rangi gani iliyoko juu? Swali la tatu, rangi nyeusi inaonyesha nini? Ama inaonyesha nini? Inaonyesha nini? Swali, rangi nyeupe kwenye bendera inaonyesha nini? Kisha nambari ya tano, rangi nyekundu inaonyesha nini? Hayo tuliyoyasoma katika taarifa ambayo nilikusomea hapa. Nawe pia ninaamini ulikuwa unafuata kila kitu. Naomba kusitia hapo, nikikushukuru wewe kwa kuwa nami tangia mwanzo hadi sasa hivi. Shukran na kutakia heri njema.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, welcome to Manifested e-learning platform. I am Teacher Purity and we are going to learn CRE grade 2. Now we are going to talk about the Bible story, the call of Samuel. The call of Samuel. It is a Bible story because it is found in the Bible. So sit back and make sure that you are concentrating. Now at the end of this lesson, I will require you to describe or talk about the call of Samuel. So the call of Samuel. Who is Samuel? Now Samuel is a man of God and he is found in the Bible stories and he was used by God. We want to see what happened to him and how was he called. Now most of us, we have parents at home, we have relatives and other people who are around us. Sometimes they do call us. How do you respond to a call? When you are called by a person, when your mother calls you, how are you supposed to respond? Are you just supposed to assume as if you've not heard, or you are supposed to respond and run to the person who has called you for you to know why he or she has called you? So the call of Samuel, we want to see how Samuel responded to the call and what happened. So the call of Samuel is found in the book of 1 Samuel. 1 Samuel chapter 3 verse 3 to 10. So it is found in the book of 1 Samuel chapter 3 verse 3 to 10. 1 Samuel is an example of a book found in the Old Testament. So I will read for you the story about the call of Samuel, then we shall talk about it. So I read from the Good News Bible. I'll open. So the book of Samuel. I read from 1 Samuel chapter 3 verse 3 to 10. It is talking about the call of Samuel. So the Bible says, Samuel was sleeping in the sanctuary where the sacred covenant box was. Before dawn, while the lamp was still burning, the Lord called Samuel. He answered, "Yes, sir," and ran to Eli and said, "You called me. Here and here I am." But Eli answered, "I didn't call you. Go back to bed." So Samuel went back to bed. The Lord called Samuel again. The boy did not know that it was the Lord, because the Lord had never spoken to him before. So he got up, went to Eli and said, "You called me, and here I am." But Eli answered, "My son, I didn't call you. Go back to bed." The Lord called Samuel a third time. He got up, went to Eli, and said, "You called me, and here I am." Then Eli realized that it was the Lord who was calling the boy. So he said to him, "Go back to bed, and if he calls you again, say, 'Speak, Lord, your servant is listening.'" So Samuel went back to bed. The Lord came and stood there and called as he had before, "Samuel, Samuel." Samuel answered, "Speak, your servant is listening." Now the book of 1 Samuel chapter chapter 3, verse 3 to 10, is telling us about the call of Samuel, how Samuel was called. So from what we have read in the Bible, we see that Samuel was living in a temple with priest Eli. He was staying in the temple with priest Eli. And while he was there, that is when the Lord called him. So Samuel was living in the temple with priest Eli. Let's note that. Samuel lived in a temple with priest Eli. So Samuel lived in a temple with the priest Eli. His parents took him to the temple and he used to live with priest Eli. A temple is a place where you go and worship God. So while Samuel was at the temple, the Lord called him. The Lord called Samuel 4 times. And from the story in the Bible, we see that the first, second, and third time, Samuel was responding yes, but he thought that it was priest Eli calling him. So he was waking up from his sleep and running to priest Eli, telling him, "You called me." And priest Eli will say, "No, I didn't call you. Just go back to sleep." So it happened 3 times. But the third time, priest Eli realized that it was God who was calling Samuel. So he told Samuel what to do. He told him, when you are called, when you go back and sleep, then you are called again, make sure that you are responding and you say, "Speak, my Lord, your servant is listening." So Samuel obeyed what priest Eli had told him. He went back to his sleep and the same voice called him again, but this time round he responded and said that, "Speak to me, my Lord, your servant is listening." So what does that tell us? It tells us that Samuel was called 4 times. So Samuel was called 4 times. Samuel was called 4 times. Samuel was called 4 times. And in the 4 times he was called, the 3 times he was running to priest Eli, thinking that priest Eli was the one calling him. So 3 times Samuel thought that it was priest Eli calling him. So 3 times Samuel thought it was priest Eli calling him. So remember that Samuel was called 4 times, but the first 3 times Samuel was waking up from his sleep and running to priest Eli's room, thinking that priest Eli was the one calling him. But the third time priest Eli realized that it was the voice of God which was calling Samuel. So he told Samuel the fourth time when he'll be called, he should respond. So Samuel responded the 4th time. Samuel responded to God. Responded to God's voice or to God's call. The 4th time. So Samuel responded to God's call the 4th time, and he obeyed God. Samuel obeyed God's call and said that he was ready to do what God will instruct him to. So Samuel obeyed God's call. Samuel obeyed God's call. Samuel obeyed God's call. He was ready to do what God wanted him to do. So he was ready. He was ready to do what God wanted him to do. So he was ready to do what God wanted him to do. So after Samuel responded to God's call by saying, "Speak, your servant is listening," it meant that he was ready to do whatever thing that God will have asked him to do. That one tells us we are supposed to obey God. How do we obey God? By following the 10 commandments. God gave us the 10 commandments. When you follow the you follow the 10 commandments, it means that you are obeying God. When you obey your elders, when you listen to what other people are telling you, as long as it is something that is good, that means that you are obeying God. So this is all about the call of Samuel. Samuel lived in a temple with priest Eli. He used to live in a temple with a priest called Eli. And Samuel was called 4 times. He was called 4 times by God. But 3 times Samuel thought it was priest Eli calling him. That is why the first, second, and third time he was running to priest Eli's room and asking him if he is the one who called him. But the 4th time, priest Eli realized that it was God who was calling Samuel. So he advised Samuel to go back to sleep. But when he is called again, he should respond and say, "Speak, your servant is listening." So Samuel went back to sleep and the voice called him again and he responded. So Samuel responded to God's call the 4th time. He responded to God's call the 4th time. And Samuel obeyed God's call. How did he obey God's call? When God called him, he responded. That tells us that when you are being called by your parent or any other person, you are supposed to respond. In fact, when you are at a far distance from whoever is calling you, you should run to that person and listen to what he or she wants to tell you. So Samuel obeyed God's call and he was ready to do what God wanted him to do. Samuel was ready to do what God wanted him to do. And from the story of Samuel, we learn to be obedient. We are supposed to be obedient. Respect. You respect your elders. Respect your parents. Respect your teachers. Respect your classmates. You are also supposed to respect your schoolmate. So that is all about the call of Samuel. I'll leave you with some work to do. You copy the questions and make sure that you are answering them. In our next lesson, we shall be talking about something different. It will still be about a Bible story, but a different story, not be Samuel. We shall talk about another story from the Bible. So the assignment is here. Now we have 4 questions and the answers are provided in the brackets. So when you are reading the question, make sure you are also reading the answers in the brackets before you choose the correct answer. Now the first question, Samuel lived in a dash. Samuel lived in a dash. The answers in brackets: church, temple, house. Question 2. Samuel lived with priests dash. Eli, Elikana. You'll select the correct answer. Number 3. God called Samuel dash times. 4, 2, 3. God called Samuel dash times. 4, 2, 3. Choose the correct answer. And lastly, the story of Samuel teaches us to be dash. From the story of Samuel, what do we learn? Teaches us to be dash, kind, obedient, honest. So you'll select the correct answer and fill in the blank space. Hope to see you in the next lesson.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi. Today we continue with our biology lesson, Form 1, and today we are going to discuss cell organization. When you talk of cell organization, this is how the cells are assembled together to form tissues, organs, and organ systems within the body of an organism. So this is how cells are assembled together to form tissues, organs, and organ systems in living organisms. So the first level of organization are the tissues. We have tissues, and a tissue is a group of cells performing a specific function. A group of cells performing a specific function make a tissue. So we'll have animal tissues, and in animal tissues we have blood, which consists of red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. All those are blood cells, or they are cells that make the tissue that we call blood. Another example of animal tissue, and this one is the one that connects various organs in the body. We have epithelial tissue. These are animal tissues, and this one is found at the inner lining of tubular body structures. The inner lining of tubular body structures, e.g. along the digestive system. Another example of the animal tissue, we can also talk of the muscles or the muscle tissue made up of groups of cells that bring about movement. So basically, those four are examples of animal tissues. We have blood, connective tissue, epithelial tissue, and muscle tissue. So let's go through various examples of plant tissues, tissues that are found in plants. So plant tissues include, one, epidermal tissue, and this is the tissue found at the outer surface of stem, root, leaf, etc. So this tissue is mainly for protection. It's mainly for protection. Against mechanical damage. Attack by microorganisms. etc. So basically, epidermal tissue is for protection. Then another plant tissue, we have the palisade tissue, and this is made of palisade cells that we learned earlier. And the palisade tissue has palisade cells with numerous chloroplasts for photosynthesis. So this tissue is found in the leaves, and it's the main area where photosynthesis occurs. There is the vascular tissue. This one is mainly for transport. For transport of water, mineral salts, and nutrients. So vascular tissue. We have another one. This one is called parenchyma tissue. This one is for storage of food and water. So basically, those are some of the tissues we have in animals and also in plants, and they carry out different functions. In other topics, we'll, for example, discuss blood and other tissues in relation to animals. The same case applies to plants. So basically, for now, this is just to make you aware that they do exist and they carry out specific functions. The other level of organization after the tissue is the organ. The organ is the other level of organization. So we have organs, and we can say that organs are groups of tissues. That perform related functions. We have very many organs in our bodies, and all those organs are made of groups of tissues. For example, we have organs such as the heart. The heart is an organ. The kidney. So those ones are made of various tissues. Then, in plants also, we have organs such as the leaves, made of the plant tissues. We have things like the stem, made of various tissues, and so on and so forth. So the last level of organization is called the organ system. And these are groups of organs that are coordinated and synchronized together. Groups of organs that are coordinated and synchronized together to perform certain functions. Examples of an organ system is, e.g., the digestive system. So this is a system made of groups of organs. For example, in the digestive system, we have the stomach, we have the intestines, we have the esophagus, and so on and so forth. So that's an organ system. We have the excretory system, made of the kidney, the urinary bladder, and so on and so forth. So those ones are a group of organs. They form an organ system. But a group of tissues form an organ, like the heart, the kidney, and so on. A group of cells form tissues, either tissues in plants or tissues in animals, as we have seen. And we have seen that different tissues play different roles. So that marks the end of the topic of the cell. But before we finish, it is important to have a short assignment to remind us what we have learned. So the first question in the assignment, what is a tissue? We have discussed that. Number B, name 3 tissues in plants and their functions. Any 3 tissues in plants and their functions. Number 2A, what is an organ system? B, explain why the digestive system is an organ system. Why the digestive system is an organ system. So we'll stop there. That marks the end of the cell. We shall meet in other topics to come. Goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome, learners. My name is Stephen Kariungi, and today we continue with our topic of discussion, and the topic is genetics. We are looking at the last part of the topic, and this is on practical applications of genetics. And the last time we identified 4 areas of application, and the first one was on plant and animal breeding. Number 2 was in blood transfusion. Number 3, genetic counseling. And number 4, crime detection. So today we are going to look at number 5. That is practical application number 5. And this is genetic engineering. Now, genetic engineering is whereby a certain desirable gene is first identified. After being identified, then it is altered or it's changed a little bit, and then it is isolated or it's separated from the organism where it is in existence, and then transferred into another organism of completely unrelated species. Another organism of a completely unrelated species. So we are saying that it is the identification of a desired gene, isolation, and transferring into an organism of an unrelated species. So this is the identification of a desired gene altering, isolation, and isolating and transferring the gene into another organism of unrelated species. So genetic engineering has been applied for quite some time in a number of fields. In the field of medicine, in coming up with vaccines, in farming to get rid of some pollutants, that is in the environment, also in farming to increase the productivity, and also in something that is called gene therapy that involves correcting defective genes. So you're saying that in farming, there is a certain hormone that is known as bovine somatotrophin that is used to increase the milk production. So the gene that is responsible for the formation of that hormone, bovine somatotrophin, is transferred into a genetically modified bacteria, and then that bacteria is able to produce this hormone in very large quantities for use to increase the milk production. So we are saying that a hormone called bovine somatotrophin which increases milk yield is produced by a genetically modified bacteria. In large quantities. For use in improving milk productivity. In medicine, genetic engineering has been used to make vaccines and hormones such as insulin, the insulin that is used to treat those who are suffering from diabetes. Of course, they inject themselves with insulin to try and raise the insulin hormone levels in their bodies, because possibly their pancreas is unable to produce the insulin hormone normally. So we have a number of areas, even in environment. There's a bacteria called Pseudomonas. Is used to break down hydrocarbons from petroleum, thus reducing pollution. So all those are cases of genetic engineering where a certain desired gene is identified, then it is altered, isolated, and then transferred into another organism so that it can either help to improve the yield, for example, in milk, in farming, in coming up with vaccines and hormones, let's say in medicine for treating various diseases, and also in environment to get rid of certain pollutants. The next area of application of genetic engineering is cloning. And this is the formation, this is the production of new individuals, new individual organisms without use of fertilization. And a very good example is Dolly, e.g. Dolly the lamb. So that Dolly the lamb was a sheep that was made without fertilization by use of cloning, whereby, for example, a cell was obtained from a certain part of the body, and then it was inserted into an ovum without a nucleus so that it can be implanted into another sheep's body without involving fertilization, and then it can give rise to an organism. So that is one case of cloning. Another application is in the human genome, and this is analyzing all the genes in all the chromosomes in the body. Analyzing all the genes in all the chromosomes in the body to know, for example, the position of the gene that causes a particular disorder. For example, the gene that causes cystic fibrosis, the gene that causes maybe sickle cell anemia, where it occurs. And that one will help in, for example, what we call gene mapping or gene sequencing. excuse me, this is important for gene mapping. This is just about identifying the gene location and gene sequencing, which is about identifying the sequence of nitrogen bases. So that marks the end of the topic of genetics, and we'll have an assignment based on what we have discussed. So the first question, what is A, gene mapping, B, gene sequencing, and number 2, explain the concept of genetic engineering and its application in farming and in medicine. So we are going to stop there, and until next time, goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Wambaje mwanafunzi, karibu katika kipindi kingine cha Kiswahili hapa katika ukumbi wetu wa masomo ya mtandaoni Manifested. Basi leo nakukaribisha ili tuweze kusoma sarufi ya lugha ya Kiswahili, na kile ambacho tutaingilia zaidi ni ngeli. Nazo ngeli ni mbili kwa siku ya leo, ngeli ya na ngeli ya izi. Hiyo ndiyo kazi tutakayoifanya kwa siku ya leo. Hizi ngeli, nafikiri katika mazungumzo yako umetaja maneno ambayo yako katika hii ngeli, labda kwa kujua ama bila kujua. Basi kwa siku ya leo nataka tuzamie zaidi, tutungie sentensi katika umoja na katika wingi, na hivyo basi utaona jinsi kazi yenyewe ilivyo rahisi. Basi tuingie moja kwa moja, tushughulikie moja baada ya nyingine. Tuanze na hii ngeli ya yaya. Ngeli ya yaya tuanze nayo. Basi maneno katika hii ngeli huchukua kiambishi ya katika umoja na ya katika wingi. Maneno katika hii ngeli huchukua kiambishi ya katika umoja na ya katika wingi kama viambishi ngeli vyake. Hivyo basi nataka tuweze kufikiria baadhi ya maneno ambayo yanapatikana katika hii ngeli, tutunge sentensi katika umoja na katika wingi, tuone jinsi ambavyo hii ya itajitokeza katika umoja na hii ya ijitokeze katika wingi. Fikiria hayo maneno. Nina neno kama vile maziwa. Maziwa. Mfano katika sentensi utasema vipi? Maziwa yamemwagika ama yamemwagwa. Maziwa yamemwagwa. Hiyo ni katika umoja. Katika wingi itakuwa wingi wa maziwa yanabaki kuwa maziwa. Basi itakuwa maziwa yamemwagwa, na katika wingi iwe hivyo hivyo kwa sababu hakuna wingi. Maziwa yamemwagwa. Angalia hiyo sentensi. Katika umoja tuna kiambishi ngeli ya. Kiambishi cha ngeli katika umoja ni ya, na katika wingi ni ya. Maziwa yamemwagwa, angalia kiambishi ngeli, na hapa maziwa yamemwagwa. Mbali na maziwa, neno jingine katika hii ngeli ni neno maji. 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 Utasema vipi katika umoja hiyo sentensi? Maji yamefanya nini? Maji yamekauka ama maji yamechafuliwa ama maji yamechafuka. Maji yamechafuka. Maji yamechafuka, hiyo ni katika umoja, na katika wingi ibaki hivyo hivyo, katika wingi ni maji yamechafuka. Hii ni katika umoja na hapa ni katika wingi. Nafikiri unaelewa kile ambacho kinaendelea. Unaona katika umoja kiambishi ngeli ni ya. Kiambishi ngeli ni ya. Katika wingi vivyo hivyo kiambishi ngeli ni hiyo ya. Tunga sentensi nyingine, tafuta maneno mengine katika hii ngeli. Neno manukato. Manukato. Manukato yalinukia. Yalinukia. Manukato yalinukia. Manukato yalinukia. Na hata katika wingi itabaki vivyo hivyo. Manukato yalinukia. Nataka uelewe zaidi kwamba kiambishi ngeli katika umoja hapa ni ya na katika wingi ni ya. Kiambishi ngeli katika umoja ni ya na katika wingi ni ya. Fikiria neno jingine kama vile neno maradhi. 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 Neno maradhi. Maradhi. Neno maradhi. Maradhi yameangamiza watu. Maradhi yameangamiza mtu. Maradhi yameangamiza watu. Basi katika umoja, maradhi yameangamiza mtu. Maradhi yameangamiza mtu. Maradhi yameangamiza mtu. Hiyo ni katika umoja, maradhi yameangamiza mtu, na pale katika wingi ni maradhi bado yameangamiza, sasa sio mtu sababu ni wingi, iwe watu. Maradhi yameangamiza watu. Maradhi yameangamiza watu. Basi mwanafunzi, mtazamaji, msomi wa lugha ya Kiswahili, umepata kuelewa kwamba katika umoja kiambishi ngeli ni ya, na hivyo katika wingi kiambishi ngeli ni ya. Ndio maana tunasema haya maneno yote yako katika ngeli ya. Yako katika ngeli ya. Mifano ni mingi tu. Fikiria mengine kama vile mate. Fikiria marashi. Maneno ambayo yako katika hiyo ngeli ya. Basi wacha tuangalie ngeli ya pili ambayo ni ngeli ya easy. Ngeli ya easy. Tumeshakamilisha mambo ya ngeli ya yaya, na inamaanisha kwamba maneno ni mengi tu ambayo tunaweza kuwa nayo, lakini nataka pia wewe changia zaidi. Tafuta maneno ambayo yako katika hii ngeli na uweze kutungia sentensi. Na utakapotunga sentensi utaona kwamba viambishi ngeli vitakuwa ni ya katika umoja na ya bado katika wingi. Tuangalie ngeli ya easy. Ngeli ya easy. Ngeli ya easy. Katika hii ngeli ya easy kawaida tunasema kwamba maneno katika hii ngeli viambishi ngeli vyake huwa i katika umoja, na zi katika wingi. huwa i katika umoja na zi katika wingi. Hebu fikiria maneno katika hiyo ngeli mengi tu, kama vile fikiria neno kama chupa, karatasi, nguo, ngoma, ndizi na kadhalika. Fikiria maneno yote hayo kisha uyatungie sentensi. Utakuja kuona kwamba katika umoja yanachukua kiambishi i na katika wingi kiambishi zi. Hebu angalia katika umoja, kwanza tutunge sentensi umoja na hii sehemu iwe ya wingi. Hebu tuangalie neno kama vile sahani. Neno sahani liko katika hii ngeli ya easy. Hivyo basi tunga sentensi uone jinsi hivyo viambishi ngeli vinavyojidhihirisha. Sahani imenunuliwa. Sahani imenunuliwa. Moja. Lakini zikiwa nyingi sema kwamba sahani zimenunuliwa. Sahani zimenunuliwa. Sahani zimenunuliwa. Sahani zimenunuliwa. Angalia, sahani zimenunuliwa. Basi katika umoja tumeona kiambishi ngeli ni i na katika wingi kiambishi ngeli ni zi. Hicho ndicho ambacho tuna haja nacho. Chukua neno jingine kama vile neno karatasi. Karatasi imeraruka. Karatasi imeraruka. Karatasi imeraruka, na zikiwa nyingi basi sio moja, karatasi imeraruka, lakini zikiwa nyingi ni kwamba karatasi zimeraruka. Karatasi zimeraruka. Kiambishi ngeli onesha vizuri. Kiambishi ngeli i katika umoja, kiambishi ngeli zi katika wingi. Tafuta neno jingine samahani. Neno kama vile nguo. Nguo imechomwa. Nguo imenunuliwa. Nguo imeraruka na kadhalika. Sema chochote kuhusu nguo. Nguo imechomwa, labda. Nguo imechomwa. Nguo imechomwa. Nguo imechomwa. Na basi katika wingi itakuwa ni nguo moja, 2, 3, 4. Zitakuwa nguo nyingi, basi nguo zimechomwa. Nguo zimechomwa. Nguo imechomwa, na pale nguo zimechomwa, basi onesha imechomwa na hapa zimechomwa. Hivyo nafikiri unaona jinsi ambavyo viambishi ngeli vinavyoonekana kwa uwazi. Chukua neno jingine kama vile neno chupa. Neno la mwisho sasa, neno chupa, chupa, chupa. Neno chupa, chupa. Unaweza ukasema nini kuhusu chupa? Chupa moja. Chupa moja unasema kwamba labda chupa imejaa. Chupa imejaa, ama chupa ilijaa. Ilijaa. Chupa ilijaa. Zikiwa nyingi basi zilijaa. Chupa zilijaa. Hebu angalia sentensi. Chupa ilijaa na hapa chupa zilijaa. kitu ambacho nina haja nacho ni uone viambishi ngeli katika umoja na katika wingi. Unaona hapa ni z, katika hii nyingine z, katika hii nyingine karatasi karatasi z, sahani sahani z. Basi nomino katika hii ngeli zinachukua kiambishi ngeli katika umoja na z katika wingi, hasa katika vitenzi vyake. Hivyo ndivyo viambishi ngeli katika ngeli hizi mbili. Tumeanza na ngeli ya yaya, tukaona ni ya katika umoja na ya katika wingi. Pale ni katika umoja, z katika wingi. Basi kwa sababu mimi ndiye ambaye nimekuwa nikizungumza, basi nataka niamini kwamba hapo ulipo pia ulikuwa ukiandika mifano ya sentensi ili uweze kuelewa kile ambacho tulikuwa tunasoma kwa siku ya leo. Basi nikupe kazi kidogo ambayo nataka pia wewe uifanye. Kazi mradi, ushughulike pia wewe. Zoezi lako. Mwanafunzi, kazi yako ndio hiyo, nyepesi zaidi. Andika wingi wa hizi sentensi. Ona, ndizi imeiva ikiwa moja, andika wingi. Dawa imenunuliwa. Zaidi, ndoo ilitoboka. Hapa pengine malipo yalipokelewa. Nambari ya 5, makao yamepatikana. Na mwisho, marashi yamemwagika. Hadi hapo hakikisha kwamba kazi yenyewe umeifanya. Usije ukazembea. Kumbuka kwamba ajizi nyumba ya njaa. Usije ukajaribu kuzembea. Hakikisha kwamba umefanya kazi hiyo kabla ya kupatana nami katika ile video nyingine inayokuja. Shukran, siku njema.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, my dear learner. I am so excited to have you again on this platform. I am Teacher Purity and we are still running CRE activities. Remember, you are still tuned into Manifested e-learning platform. So welcome to our today's lesson, and we shall talk about making the right choices every day. Making the right choices every day. So make sure that you are paying attention, because at the end of this lesson, I will require you to at least be able to make right choices. Now, in the previous lesson, we learned about making choices, or rather making choices. So the making choices, we say that a choice is a decision that you make or decide. Something that you decide on is called a choice. And each and every day we make choices. And these choices can either be good or bad. These good choices make our parents and God happy. When you make a good choice, your parent will be happy, and also God. But when you make bad choices, it will make God and your parents unhappy, because bad choices will make us hurt the people who are around us. For example, if you decide to take something that does not belong to you, that person will be unhappy. He will feel sad, and therefore God will not be happy with us. So this tells us that we are supposed to make good choices every day. Before you decide on something, make sure that it is a good choices. So making the right choices every day. For this lesson, we want to see how can one be able to make a right choice, because it is not our will to make bad choices. Sometimes we just make choices without even thinking about how it will affect others. Before making a choice, make sure that you are thinking about the people around you, how the choice will affect those people around you. And that is what we are going to learn today, making the right choices every day. How we can make right choices every day. Remember, we said that choices can either be good or bad. The good choices are the ones that make us live in peace or happily with others, while the bad ones will make people around us feel sad or unhappy because they are affecting them in a wrong way, or rather in a negative way. So making the right choices every day. How can you be able to make a right choice? Now, before making a choice, the first thing you are supposed to do is think about whatever you want to do. First, you listen to yourself, then think about the choice that you want to make. So first thing is, the following are steps on how to make a right choice. So the first thing you're supposed to do is stop and think about the choice you want to make. So first is to stop and think. Stop and think about the choice you want to make. Stop and think about the choice that you want to make. Why are you supposed to stop and think about the choice you want to make? Now, when you stop and think about a choice you want to make, you'll be able to meditate if the choice is a right choice or a bad choice. So it is always good to think before you make a choice. When you have something and you want to share it with others, try to think, if I share this with them, will they be happy? Or if you want to do something, for example, you want to cook or to prepare lunch and you do not know how to use the gas cooker, you will now stop and think, if I use the gas cooker, will I be able to switch it on well, or I will not be able to do that? So you must stop and think first. It gives you a moment of meditation if whatever you are going to do will be right or wrong. Then after stopping and thinking about the choice you want to make, remember we think using our minds. So after stopping and thinking about the choice you want to make, you now ask yourself, how will your choice affect the people around you? So remember that when making a choice, you must make sure that it is not a choice that will hurt those people around you. So the second thing you are supposed to put in mind is the people who are around you. So think of how your choice will affect the people around you. So think of how your choice will affect the people around you. Before making a choice, make sure that you are thinking about how the choice will affect the people who are around you. Remember, God wants us to make good choices or right choices. So when thinking about the people who are around you, you must make a choice that will not hurt them. You must make a choice that will not hurt them or make them feel sad or unhappy. So think of how your choice will affect the people around you. So the next step after the step number 2, you now make a good choice which will not hurt others. So step number 3, make a good choice. Make a good choice which will not hurt others. Make a good choice which will not hurt others. Now, step number 3 can be a bit challenging to most of us. You might not be sure of the choice that you want to make. So if you find it hard for you to make a choice, what are you supposed to do? You are supposed to either ask advice from an adult or you ask God for guidance. Remember that God is our guider. So if you are not able to make a choice, you can consult an adult or ask God for guidance. So step number 4, if you are not able to make a choice, if you are not able to make a choice, ask help from the adults that you trust. Ask help from adults you trust. If you are not able to make a choice, ask help from adults that you trust. An adult is a person who is older than you. He or she is grown and older than you. So if you are not able to make a choice, you can consult the adults you trust. Some of us trust our parents, others trust their teachers at school, others trust their aunts or uncles. It depends with who you trust. Others even trust their Sunday school teachers or their pastors back in church. So if you are not able to make a choice, you can ask help from adults that you trust. However, you can still ask God for guidance. Remember, God created us and He knows every part of us. That means that He can give us the right way. He can guide us on how to make a good choice or a right choice. So we can also ask God for guidance. We can also ask God for guidance. So we can also ask God for guidance. So these are the steps that you follow for you to be able to make a right choice. Remember, the first thing you're supposed to do is to stop and think about the choice you want to make. Before you make a choice, you stop and think about the choice you want to make. Then after thinking on the choice you want to make, you now think of how your choice will affect the people around you. You think of how the choice will affect those people who are around you. Then you make a good choice which will not hurt others. You now make a good choice that will not hurt others. Remember, God is happy when you make good choices. And if you are not able to make a choice, you can ask help from the adults that you trust. Adults are those people who are older than us. Or you can also ask God for guidance. God can guide you on how to make a right choice. All this, when you follow them, you will be able to make right choices. Remember that we should make right choices every day. They make us to be happy or live happily with others. So that's all about making the right choices every day. I'll leave you with some work. Copy the questions and make sure that you are answering them. So the assignment, the question says, write down 3 choices you have made in the past week. Write down 3 choices that you have made in the past week. So write the choices you made in the past week in the blank spaces provided, A, B, and C. And let's meet again in the next lesson. Have a wonderful moment.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Welcome, learners. My name is Stephen Kariungi. We continue with our topic of discussion, and the topic is nitrogen and its compounds. So today I would like us to discuss the second oxide of nitrogen, and this is nitrogen 2 oxide, having previously discussed nitrogen 1 oxide. So nitrogen 2 oxide is another oxide of nitrogen, and the formula is NO. So nitrogen with an oxidation number of 2 and oxygen with a valency of 2. Now, how is this nitrogen 2 oxide prepared? This nitrogen 2 oxide is prepared by the action of dilute nitric 5 acid on copper tannings. So we can say that nitrogen 2 oxide is prepared in the laboratory by the action of copper tanning of by the action of dilute nitric 5 acid on copper tannings. So basically what you're saying is that the reaction between copper tannings plus dilute nitric 5 acid produces nitrogen 2 oxide as one of the products plus copper 2 nitrate plus water. So to balance the equation, we have hydrogen here. We have 2 nitrogen. So we can make these ones to be 8 hydrogens. And then the nitrogen will be 2. Can make these ones to be 2 as well. That makes the oxygen to be 24, 2, that's 3 plus times 12. That's 6 to 12. 2. This is 4. So we can counter check the balancing copper. Hydrogen 8, also 8 there. Nitrogen 8, here nitrogen is 4. 2, 2, that is 4 as well. Oxygen is 3 times 8, 24. 4 plus this is 6 times 2, 12 plus 4, 16. So this is going to be 6. Can counter check again. problem somewhere. Can go through it again. Copper is okay. Hydrogen, there are 2. Nitrogen is 1. Here there are 3. So if you put 3 here and 2, that makes 4 nitrogen. Hydrogen are 4. We make this 2. Oxygen is 12. And this is 6 plus 2, that is 8 plus 2 is 10. So we need to make this one to be 4, and that also changes this. Now before you do that, soon oxygen is the one that is not balancing. So here there are 12, here there are 10. So if you put a 2 here, that makes 12 plus 2, 14, 16. To oxygen. Just a moment. So the copper will be 3. So that is that 24, 12, 18, 20, 24. So nitrogen are 2, 6. Yeah, it's balanced now. To counter check, 3 copper, 8 hydrogen, 8 hydrogen, 8 nitrogen, 2 plus 6 nitrogen, 24 oxygen, that is 2, 12, 24. So we are going to have a diagram showing how the preparation is done. So we have dilute nitric acid, and then we have the copper tannings. So the action of dilute nitric acid on copper tannings. So this all funnel should touch the bottom of the flask, and then after preparation, the nitrogen 2 oxide is collected over water. So this is nitrogen 2 oxide. It is slightly soluble in water, so it can be collected over water. So basically we have the diagram as indicated there. So in that experiment, you'll find that the first gas jar of nitrogen 2 oxide should be discarded. That means it should not be collected. Should be discarded because when nitrogen 2 oxide is prepared here, as it goes through the apparatus, it combines with the oxygen that was in the air, that is in the apparatus, to form nitrogen 4 oxide, which is brown. So we may observe as if nitrogen 2 oxide is brown, but is actually not brown. It's colorless. So we discard the first gas jar of nitrogen 2 oxide because it combines with the air in the apparatus to form nitrogen 4 oxide. So the equation for that is nitrogen 2 oxide, will combine with oxygen in the air inside the apparatus to form nitrogen 4 oxide. We are saying that this is colorless, this is red-brown. So that explains why the first gas jar should be discarded, because it is contaminated. However, nitrogen 2 oxide is collected over water as shown by the diagram because it is slightly soluble in water. It is just slightly soluble in water, hence can be collected over water. The other point to note is that we should not use concentrated nitric 5 acid here, because if you use concentrated nitric 5 acid, again, it is a stronger oxidizing agent, and instead of producing nitrogen 2 oxide, will produce nitrogen 4 oxide. So in this case, it is important that we adhere to that the nitric 5 acid should be dilute. Another point to note, the thistle funnel should touch the bottom of the flask to prevent the gas from escaping through the funnel. And then we have said that the gas is collected over water because it is slightly soluble in water. So our assignment So number 1 in the assignment, write a balanced chemical equation for the reaction of dilute nitric 5 acid and copper tannings. And number 2, explain why the first gas jar of nitrogen 2 oxide should be discarded during the preparation. Why is it that it's not advisable to collect the first gas jar of nitrogen 1 oxide, but instead we discard it and collect the others from there? We shall continue from there. Have a good day.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi. Today we continue with our biology lesson Form 1, and we are looking at the cell structures and their function. During the last lesson, we discussed the structure of the cell membrane, the cell wall, and the cytoplasm. We also discussed their functions, and today we shall continue with the same, whereby we shall look at other organelles that are found within the cell, and of course we shall look at their functions as well. So the next organelle that I want us to look at is the mitochondria. Mitochondria is plural when there are many. When it is one, it's called mitochondrion. Mitochondrion is the singular. So when it is one, it is a mitochondrion. When there are many, they are referred to as the mitochondria. It is important to note that because you can be penalized if a question is asked in singular and then you answer it in plural. So you're supposed to answer a question that is asked in singular, answer it in singular, and one that is asked in plural, answer it in plural. Now, I would want us to have a diagram of a mitochondrion. So a mitochondrion looks like that. It's sausage shaped. It has a double membrane. So there is the outer membrane, and then there is the inner membrane, and this inner membrane is folded into structures known as cristae. These foldings, they are referred to as cristae. Then inside there is a fluid that we refer to as the matrix, and we shall look at the functions of each one of them. So this is a mitochondrion. So as I've said, when it is one, it's called mitochondrion. When there are many, they are referred to as the mitochondria. Now, so a mitochondrion, as we can see from the diagram, is a sausage-shaped organelle consisting of a double membrane. Consisting of a double membrane. The inner membrane, as we can see from the diagram, is folded into projections called cristae or cristae. When it is one, it's called a crista. And the cristae provide a large surface area, for the attachment of respiratory enzymes. So the Christie, then the matrix is a fluid medium in which respiratory activities take place. So basically that is a description of the structure of a mitochondrion. Let's look at its function. Its function we have mentioned as we were discussing the other parts. Basically, the mitochondrion is the site for respiration. So the function is that the mitochondrion, it is the site for respiration. So respiration occurs within the mitochondrion. It's also good to note that we have some cells that have more mitochondria than others. Some cells have numerous mitochondria, and that is because of the work that they do. If, for example, a cell is very active, it needs a lot of energy, and that energy can only come from the mitochondrion, which is the site for respiration, site for energy production. In fact, we call the mitochondrion the cell powerhouse. The cell powerhouse is where the power is generated from within the cell. So you can say that some cells in living organisms contain numerous mitochondria. Numerous mitochondria, and these include, among the cells that have numerous mitochondria, we have the muscle cells, sperm cells, kidney cells, and etc. And that is because those particular cells, even the nerve cells, and that is because those particular cells, they require a lot of energy. They require a lot of energy because of their high level of activity. The next organelle that we are going to discuss are the Golgi apparatus, or the Golgi bodies. And according to their structure, these ones are stacks of membranes. The Golgi apparatus are stacks of membrane bound organelles. So they look like this. So they are stacks of membrane packed on top of each other. Placed on top of each other. It's also important to understand their functions. So the fact that they are membranes and they are elongated tells us that they are for transportation. So they transport a number of things. Number one, they transport synthesized proteins and carbohydrates. They transport synthesized enzymes. They are also responsible for packaging and transport of glycoproteins and also the formation of lysosomes. So all those are functions of the Golgi apparatus. So they have many functions, or they have several functions. Next, we discuss endoplasmic reticulum, and these ones are tubular and interconnected. Tubular and interconnected membranes with a cistern, or with a hollow part inside. So just to have a view of how they look like. So they have the hollow part that is known as the cistern. They have the cistern. So this is an example of a smooth endoplasmic reticulum. So the function so they are also for transport. That's why they are tubular, they are tube-like. So smooth endoplasmic reticulum transport lipids, that is fats and oils. On the other hand, we have the rough endoplasmic reticulum, and the only difference is that rough ones contain some structures that we refer to as the ribosomes. So the rough one is more or less similar. Except that it has some granules on the surface. So those granules are what we are referring to as the ribosomes. And this is what you are calling the rough endoplasmic reticulum. So it's called rough because it contains the ribosomes. It contains the ribosomes that make it have a rough surface. Ribosomes are granules. And these granules, we'll see what they are for just in a minute. So first of all, the function of the rough endoplasmic reticulum. Rough endoplasmic reticulum transport proteins. They transport proteins. And of course, those proteins come from the ribosomes. The proteins come from the ribosomes. So finally, we talk about the ribosomes. And these ones are granules on the surface of rough endoplasmic reticulum. The function, they are sites for protein. So they are the sites in which proteins are synthesized. So basically, we've discussed the mitochondria, the Golgi apparatus, the endoplasmic reticulum, and the ribosomes, and of course their functions. So just to clarify something here, the rough endoplasmic reticulum are called rough because on their surface they have the ribosomes, which are some granules that act as the site for protein synthesis. And that is why the rough endoplasmic reticulum, its work is to transport the proteins that have been synthesized by the ribosomes. The smooth endoplasmic reticulum lacks the ribosomes, has no ribosomes. So it is smooth on its surface. So its work is to transport lipids, and lipids are fats and oils. So our assignment for today, so the cells that have numerous mitochondria, we have mentioned them. Number 2, state 4 functions of Golgi apparatus. So we'll stop there for today. Until next time, goodbye.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Karibu sana mwanafunzi. Tuko pale pale katika masomo ya mtandaoni ya Manifested. Hapo awali tulikuwa tumeshashughulikia ushairi, tukaangalia baadhi ya istilahi zinazotumika katika mashairi. Lakini leo hii nataka tuweze kushughulikia mambo mawili. Hivyo basi lengo letu la leo ni kwamba kufikia mwishoni wa hiki kipindi uweze kuelewa kategoria mbili za mashairi na sifa zake. Jambo la pili ni kuelewa na uweze kueleza bahari mbalimbali za mashairi. Lakini hata kabla ya sisi kuelekea huko kwa bahari na kategoria, wacha tu kidogo tuweze kuangazia kidogo kuhusiana na yale ambayo tulikuwa tumezungumza hapo awali kuhusiana na ushairi, maana yake na baadhi ya istilahi. Iwapo unakumbuka, basi tukasema kwamba bado tuko katika mada kuu ambayo ni ushairi. Na nikaeleza kwamba katika kile kipindi kingine tulikuwa tushapata maana ya shairi, ambapo tulisema ni utungo wa kisanaa, wacha nitumie, ni utungo wa kisanaa wenye lugha teule. Lugha teule, naomba kufuta tafadhali. Unaotumia lugha teule mpangilio maalum wa maneno. Unaotumika katika kuwasilisha ujumbe. Wanafunzi, kumbuka kwamba hivi ndivyo vitahiniwa. Unapoeleza dhana hii ya shairi, unapoeleza maana yake, kumbuka kutaja kwamba ni utungo wa kisanaa. Kumbuka kutaja kwamba unaotumia lugha teule. Sio lugha tu hivi hivi, lugha yote, la hasha. Ni lugha iliyoteuliwa kwa weledi mkubwa sana, tena zaidi, na mpangilio maalum wa maneno. Maneno yanapangwa kiasi kwamba yanaweza kuwasilisha ujumbe wa msanii. Na basi kazi yenyewe ya huu utungo wa kisanaa wenye lugha teule na mpangilio maalum wa maneno ni kuwasilisha ujumbe. Haya, hapo basi katika hicho kipindi bado tukaangazia baadhi ya istilahi. Istilahi, hili neno istilahi kwa kimombo naweza nikakwambia kwamba ni kama vile terminologies. Terminologies ama terms, yani ule msamiati ambao unatumika katika uwanja wa mashairi. Moja kati ya hizi istilahi ambazo tuliweza kuziangazia ni mishororo. Baada ya mishororo tukasema kwamba mishororo ni ile mistari katika ubeti, ni mistari katika mashairi. Umeangalia shairi tu ukaona kwamba limeundwa kwa mistari. Kuna mstari wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu, wa nne. Yani hiyo ndio ambayo tunaita mishororo. Hii mishororo ikiwa miwili, mitatu, minne, mitano inaweza ikaunda beti. Ya? Ukiwa mmoja utaitwa ubeti, zikiwa nyingi zitaitwa beti. Aya, tukaangalia tukaona kwamba mishororo hii pia inaweza ikawa na vipande. Kimoja tutakiita kipande, vikiwa vingi viitwe vipande. Na tukaona kwamba hivi vipande vinaweza kuwa kimoja, viwili, vitatu ama vinne katika mshororo mmoja. Ambapo tulisema kwamba kipande cha kwanza kitaitwa ukwapi, cha pili kiitwe utao, cha tatu kiitwe mwandamizi, cha nne ukingo. Sio hizo tu, tuliangalia istilahi nyingine nyingi zaidi, ambapo na kutuma rejelea hicho kipindi ili uweze kufahamu zaidi kuhusiana na haya. Tukaangalia vina, tukaangalia mizani, tukaangalia manju ni nani, tukaangalia pia malenga, tukamwangalia shaha. Aya, hivyo basi nafikiri umeweza kupata picha halisi ya yaliyoshughulikiwa hapo awali. Lakini kwa leo, kama nilivyokueleza, ni kwamba tunaweza kushughulikia haya. Basi nafikiri mwanafunzi umepata picha halisi ya yale ambayo yalishughulikiwa katika kipindi hicho ambacho kilitangulia. Haya basi, kwa leo nilikuambia lengo letu kuu leo ni kuangalia kategoria mbili kuu za mashairi, na kila moja yazo tuweze kujua baadhi ya sifa zake ili uweze kupata tofauti kamili. Zaidi tutaweza kushughulikia pia bahari mbalimbali za mashairi ya Kiswahili. Haya basi, wacha ni ufute huu bao tuweze kuanza upya sasa somo letu la leo. Kategoria za mashairi. msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, hili neno kategoria nafikiri unaona kwamba limetoholewa tu. Kategoria kutokana na neno category, na unajua category, kategoria ina maana ya aina. Hivyo basi tunazungumzia tu aina za mashairi. Isije kuwa ngumu kwako kuelewa kwamba tunazungumzia aina za mashairi. Mashairi yamegawika mara mbili kwa kigezo cha wakati na muundo wa nje. Kwa kigezo cha wakati na muundo wa nje. Aina ya kwanza ni haya mashairi tunayoyaita mashairi ya jadi. Mashairi ya jadi. Pia haya mashairi utapata pia yanaitwa mashairi ya arudhi. Yana neno jingine, yanaitwa pia mashairi ya kimapokeo. Kimapokeo. Ni mashairi ya arudhi, ni mashairi ya jadi, ni mashairi ya kimapokeo. Haya mashairi ni ya jadi, ni ya arudhi, ni ya kimapokeo kwa ajili ni mashairi ambayo yanafuata, ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au arudhi za utunzi wa mashairi. Wacha tu niandike kidogo hapa hivi kwamba ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au kaida au sheria za utunzi wa mashairi. Au kanuni, kaida, sheria za utunzi. Mashairi yoyote ambayo utapata kwamba yametungwa kwa kuzingatia kanuni, kaida, sheria za utunzi wa mashairi, hizo ama hayo mashairi ndio ambayo tunaita mashairi ya jadi, mashairi ya arudhi au ukitaka mashairi ya kimapokeo. Ningependa uanze kujiuliza hivi. Hizi sheria ama hizi kanuni, kaida hizi za utunzi wa mashairi ni gani? Hizi sheria ni gani? Kwanza, kaida zenyewe ni gani? Kaida zenyewe ni gani? Kwamba shairi lipangwe katika beti. Shairi lipangwe katika beti. Shairi lipangwe katika beti. Kuwe na kama unakumbuka katika hicho kipindi kingine tulisema kwamba ubeti ni fungu la ama ni kifungu cha mishororo. Ati sasa shairi linafaa liwe na ubeti wa kwanza, wa pili, wa tatu na kuwe na usawa katika beti zenyewe. Pia shairi lipangwe katika mishororo. Ubeti uwe umepangwa katika mishororo na mishororo yenyewe ijitosheleze kimizani, kivina. Unaona? Shairi lipangwe katika mishororo. Yaani ubeti wa kwanza uwe na idadi fulani ya mishororo, ubeti wa pili uwe na idadi sawa ya mishororo kama ilivyokuwa katika ubeti wa kwanza, ubeti wa pili hivyo, wa tatu, wa nne, wa tano, jinsi hiyo. Ni sheria, ni kanuni, ni kaida ya utunzi. Hizo ndizo zinazoitwa arudhi. Aya, mishororo pia kuzingatia sheria ya mizani. Zaidi, wacha tuangalie. Kanuni nyingine ni vina. Shairi lako unapolitunga. Mapokeo walipendekeza kwamba lazima liwe na vina. Na kama unakumbuka vina tulisema ni nini? Ni zile silabi za mwisho katika ukwapi au utao au mwandamizi au ukingo. Hizo silabi za mwisho. Mapokeo waliamini kwamba lazima hilo shairi liwe na vina. Pia suala jingine la kibwagizo. Mwanafunzi, msikilizaji, mpenzi wa mashairi ya Kiswahili, Hivyo basi unapotunga shairi la kimapokeo, hakikisha kwamba umefuata hizi kanuni. Upange kazi yako katika beti, katika mishororo, mizani, vina na kibwagizo. Hiyo ilikuwa ni kategoria ya kwanza ya mashairi, ambayo ni mashairi ya jadi au kitaka arudhi au kitaka mashairi ya kimapokeo. Malenga ambao wanafuata huu mkondo wa utunzi wa mashairi haya wanaitwa wanamapokeo. Wanamapokeo. Wanaitwa wanamapokeo. Yaani ni malenga. Ni wale malenga ambao hufuata mkondo wa kutunga mashairi kiarudhi. Hufuata ule mkondo wa kutunga mashairi kiarudhi. Kiarudhi kumaanisha kwamba wanafuata zile kaida, kanuni, sheria ambazo ni za beti, mishororo na mizani. Kategoria ya pili. Kategoria ya pili ni mashairi huru. Mashairi huru. Mashairi huru. Angalia neno kwamba ni huru. Ya? Wakati huu mwingine tulisema kwamba ni mashairi yanayofuata kanuni au kaida au sheria. Haya mengine unasikia ni mashairi huru. Basi bila shaka unajua kwamba ni huru kiasi kwamba huyu mtunzi, huyu malenga anayetunga haya mashairi ako huru kuwasilisha maudhui yake, ujumbe wake, bila ya kubanwa na kanuni yoyote ile. Yeye si lazima beti zake zikawa na idadi sawa ya mishororo, si lazima kazi yake ikawa na vina, si lazima kazi yake ikawa na mizani ambayo inatoshana katika kila mshororo. La hasha, huyu ako huru. Na basi haya mashairi huru unaweza ukasema kwamba ni mashairi yanayotungwa bila kufuata kanuni au arudhi. Na ndio maana unapata kwamba kuna baadhi ya wataalamu mbalimbali unapata kwamba wako na visawe vya hili neno mashairi huru. Basi utapata kwamba pia huitwa, utapata linaitwa mapingiti. Utasikia yanaitwa pia mashairi ya kimapinduzi, ya kimapinduzi. Utasikia pia yanaitwa zuhali, masivina na kadhalika. Hivyo ni visawe vya mashairi huru. Ningependa uweze kuelewa kwamba haya mashairi huru huwa yana sifa yake ya kipekee. Unapata kwamba ubeti mmoja unaweza kuwa na mshororo wa kwanza uko na mizani 13, mshororo wa 3 uko na mizani 6, mshororo wa 4 una mizani 17, mshororo wa 3 wa 5 una mishororo 4. Yaani kumaanishaje kwamba huyu mtunzi wa kimapinduzi hajabanwa na kanuni zozote za utunzi. Aya, mwanafunzi, ningependa tuweze kuangalia sifa za kila aina, kila kategoria. Tuangalie sifa za mashairi ya kiarudhi ama mashairi ya jadi. Sifa za mashairi ya jadi, ambayo pia tulisema ni mashairi arudhi ama ukitaka pia yaite mashairi ya kimapokeo. Na utapata kwamba haya mashairi huwa yanakuwa na sifa kama zifuatazo. Sifa ya kwanza ni yana urari wa vina. Urari wa vina, yani kuna ule mtiririko fulani wa vina, kuna mkondo fulani unaofuatwa na vina. Unaona, vina vinaweza vikatiririka ama vikabadilika, lakini kuna hiyo sheria ya kuhakikisha kwamba kuna ule urari ama ule mtiririko wa vina. Pia kuna sifa nyingine ambayo ni urari wa mizani katika mishororo. Unapata kwamba mshororo wa kwanza una mizani 16, wa pili una mizani 16, wa tatu una mizani 16, wa nne vivyo hivyo mizani 16. Huo ndio tunaita urari wa mizani. Basi kuna sifa ya mishororo. Mishororo sawa katika beti. Mishororo sawa katika beti. Unapata kwamba ubeti wa kwanza una mishororo minne. Ubeti wa pili una mishororo minne. Ubeti wa tatu una mishororo minne. Yaani vivyo hivyo unapata kwamba mishororo ni sawa katika beti mbalimbali. Zaidi unasikia kwamba pana uwezekano wa kuwa na mishororo kifu. Hii ni mishororo ambayo imejisimamia kimaana. Haihitaji ujumbe kutoka kwenye mshororo unaofuata. La hasha. Mishororo kifu. Ama pia utasikia ikiitwa mishororo toshelezi. Ya, mishororo inayojitosheleza kimaana. Hivyo basi, msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, mpenzi wa mashairi ya Kiswahili, nafikiri umeweza kuangalia ukaona kwamba haya mashairi ya kimapokeo, mashairi ya arudhi, mashairi ya jadi yana sifa kama zifuatazo. Yana ule urari wa vina, urari wa mizani katika mishororo, mishororo inakuwa sawa katika beti, pia kuna mishororo kifu au ukitaka mishororo toshelezi. Naomba pia nikupeleke moja kwa moja hadi kwenye sifa za mashairi ambayo ni huru. Pia tuliyaita mapingiti, iwapo unakumbuka pia tukayapa jina kama vile zuhali, masivina au pia ukaita ya kimapinduzi. Sifa za mashairi ya kimapinduzi. Mashairi ya kimapinduzi, mashairi huru. Haya mashairi ambayo ni huru, kama nilivyowaeleza pale hapo awali, ni kwamba malenga wake hajabano na zile kanuni za mashairi ya arudhi. La hasha. Hivyo basi sifa ni kama zifuatazo. Utapata kwamba haya mashairi hayana urari wa vina. Hayana urari wa vina, hayana vina kabisa. Ya? Pia utapata kwamba haya mashairi hayana ule urari wa mizani. Unaweza ukapata kwamba mshororo wa kwanza una mizani 10, mshororo wa pili una mizani 7, mshororo wa tatu una mizani 16 ama 13. Vivyo hivyo, yani hakuna ule mpangilio. Ya? Aya, pia mishororo si sawa katika beti. Mishororo huwa sio sawa katika beti. Yeah. So nafikiri unaweza kupata baadhi ya sifa, na kuna sifa nyingine ambayo ni huwa na mishororo, huwa na mishororo mishata, huwa na mishororo mishata. Naomba kuliandika hili neno hapa chini kidogo, mishororo mishata. Kidogo naomba kueleza hili neno mishororo mishata. Hili neno mishororo mishata, kama unakumbuka hapo tulipokuwa tukiangalia sifa za mashairi ya jadi, tulisema mishororo yake huwa kifu au ukitaka toshelezi. Basi wacha kidogo nieleze mishororo ambayo inaitwa mishata. Mishororo mishata huwa ni mishororo ambayo haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ni kinyume cha mishororo kifu. Mishororo mishata huwa haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ujumbe wake hukamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Hata hivyo, ninaposema kwamba huwa na mishororo mishata, haimaanishi kwamba shairi zima lina mishororo mishata, la hasha. Ni mmoja kati ya sifa za mashairi ya kimapinduzi, ama ukitaka mashairi huru. Kumbuka hapo awali tulikuwa tushasema mambo kuhusiana na kwamba mashairi ya jadi huwa na mishororo kifu au toshelezi. Basi katika hii sehemu nyingine ya mashairi huru kunakuwa na mishororo mishata. Wacha kidogo nieleze hii mishororo mishata ni nini. Wakati ambapo mishororo kifu inakuwa imejitosheleza kiujumbe, hii mingine mishata huwa haijakamilika kiujumbe. Ujumbe wake hukamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Ya? Nafikiri unaelewa hapo. Yaani ujumbe wake unakamilika katika mshororo unaofuata. Basi, na hata kama nimesema kwamba haya mashairi huru au mashairi ya kimapokeo ya kimapinduzi huwa na sifa ya mishororo mishata, haimaanishi ati shairi lote lina mishororo iliyo mishata, la hasha. Inamaanisha tu ni moja kati ya sifa. Utapata tu kuna ile ambayo imejitosheleza, kuna mingine ambayo haijajitosheleza. Ujumbe wake unakamilika katika mishororo inayofuata. Nafikiri hapo mpaka hapo umeweza kutembea nami tangu mwanzo hadi hapa sasa ambapo tumeangalia sifa za mashairi. Mwanzoni tulianzia kwa kueleza kategoria za mashairi au ukitaka aina, ambapo tulisema aina ni mbili kuu. Aina ya kwanza ni mashairi ya jadi au ukitaka arudhi au kimapokeo. Kisha kuna aina ya pili ambayo ni mashairi huru. Pia tukasema yana visawi ambacho ni mapingiti, pia yanaitwa mashairi ya kimapinduzi. Pia utapata yanaitwa mashairi zuhali au masivina na kadhalika. Mashairi ya jadi ya kimapokeo tulisema yanafuata kanuni, kaida au sheria za utunzi wa mashairi. Basi malenga wa mashairi haya huwa amefungwa, amebanwa. Lazima kazi yake ipange katika beti. Hiyo ni sheria moja yazo. Lazima kazi yake ahakikishe kwamba mishororo ipo tena imefanana. Mizani yake ni sawa na vina na kibwagizo. Amebanwa na hizo sheria. Huyu mwingine anayetunga mashairi huru hajabanwa kwa vyovyote vile. Yeye anaweza akatunga mashairi yake bora yafikishe ujumbe, maudhui yawepo, atumie ile lugha ambayo ni teule, maneno yake ayapange kwa namna fulani ambayo itamsaidia yeye kupata ule ujumbe. Basi haya mashairi yanatungwa bila kufuata kanuni au arudhi zile zinazotumika pale. Hatukuachia hapo. Tulienda tukaangalia sifa za mashairi ya jadi, ambapo tulitaja urari wa vina yanakuwa na ule urari wa mizani katika mishororo. Kuna mishororo ambayo huwa ni sawa katika kila ubeti, pia mishororo yake huwa ni kifu ama toshelezi. Zaidi tukasema vipi? Kwamba kuna sifa nyingine za mashairi huru, mapingiti ya kimapinduzi, zuhali au na kadhalika. Tukasema vipi? Haya hayana urari wa vina. Si lazima kazi yako kuipanga ati lazima vina viwe vimefanana, la hasha. Pia hayana ule urari wa mizani. Zaidi, mishororo huwa si sawa katika beti. Na pia kunakuwa na matumizi ya mishororo ambayo ni mishata. Hivyo basi, msikilizaji, mwanafunzi, muda wetu unatupa kisogo, na kama nilivyokuwa nimeahidi kwamba nitashughulikia pia bahari za mashairi. Samahani tafadhali kwa ajili ya muda, wacha tupate hayo katika kipindi kingine hapa katika masomo ya mtandaoni ya Manifested. Lakini sitakuacha hivyo msikilizaji, sitakuacha hivyo tu bila kazi ya kufanya. Kazi mradi kwako ni hii. Nataka nikupe swali moja tu ambalo utalishughulikia. Swali lenyewe ni hili. Kazi mradi. Zieleze kategoria mbili kuu. Zieleze kategoria mbili kuu za mashairi, kisha utolee sifa. Utolee sifa kila moja. Shukran. Kazi hiyo iwe imekamilika katika kipindi kijacho. Asante, siku njema.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello, boys and girls. It's a pleasure to have you again. I am Teacher Purity, and this is Manifested e-learning platform. So join me for our today's lesson, and we shall learn about my extended family. My extended family. So in our previous lesson, we talked about my nuclear family. What is a nuclear family? Let's remind ourselves. Now, a nuclear family is made up of father, mother, and children. However, some nuclear families are made up of one parent and children. Others are made up of children alone, while others are made up of a husband and a wife. So my extended family. What is an extended family? An extended family is larger than a nuclear family. An extended family is bigger than a nuclear family. So an extended family is larger than a nuclear family. An extended family is larger than a nuclear family. Why is it larger than a nuclear family? Now, it is larger than a nuclear family because it now brings together other members of the family. So, it is larger because it brings together brings together other members of the family. So an extended family is larger than a nuclear family because it brings together other members of the family. And these other members of the family, we call them relatives. They are called relatives. They are called relatives. They are called relatives. Now, who is a relative? A relative is a member of a family that you share the same blood. So, relatives are members of a family that we share the same blood. So, relatives are members of the family that we share the same blood. Members of the family that we share the same blood. Now, relatives are members of the family that we share the same blood, and our relatives are members of the extended family. So, let's see the members of an extended family. Members of an extended family. So, members of an extended family, we have grandparents, then uncles, aunts, cousins, we have nieces and nephews. So, members of an extended family include grandparents, then we have uncles, aunts, cousins, nieces and nephews. So, grandparents, uncles, aunts, cousins, nieces and nephews are our relatives. They are our relatives and they belong to the extended family. So, this is all about an extended family. Remember that it is larger than a nuclear family, and an extended family brings together other members of the family. You meet together as a family, maybe in occasions you have a ceremony, a birthday ceremony, a wedding ceremony, or you want to celebrate something, you'll meet the members of your extended family. Then these members of the extended family are called relatives. They are our relatives. And who are relatives? Relatives are members of the family that we share the same blood. Relatives are members of a family that we share the same blood. And here are the members of that extended family. We have grandparents, which includes your grandmother or your grandfather from both sides, either your mother's side or your father's side. Then we have uncles, aunts, cousins, nieces and nephews. In our next lesson, we shall talk about how we are related to these members of the extended family. We shall learn about a family tree, the family tree, and see the relationship between us and our relatives. Meanwhile, let's copy some work and we shall go through the work, or we shall work out the questions. So the first bit, write down 3 members of an extended family. Write down 3 members of an extended family. Then the second part, write the names of the following members in your extended family. Write the names of the following members in your extended family. First you have the grandmother. Write the name of your grandmother in the blank space. Grandfather, do the same. And lastly, aunt. Write the name of your aunt in the blank spaces provided. As I said earlier, in the next lesson we shall talk about our relationship with our relatives, that is the family tree. So prepare to attend the next lesson. Thanks for being good listeners.
Welcome to Manifested Publishers.
Hello learners, my name is Stephen Kariungi, and today we continue with our topic of discussion, nitrogen and its compounds. During the last lesson, we discussed how aqueous ammonia can be used to identify metallic ions by use of the color of the precipitate, whereby we saw that zinc ions form a white precipitate with aqueous ammonia. Copper 2 ions form a pale blue precipitate with aqueous ammonia. Iron 2 ions form a pale green precipitate, and iron 3 ions form a brown precipitate. So we'd like us to have a summary of the colors of precipitates formed by different ions when they react with aqueous ammonia. So we'll summarize this in form of a table, whereby we'll have on one column the cations, the color change when a few drops of aqueous ammonia are added, and the color change when excess aqueous ammonia is added. So we'll continue with the same here. So this is continued. So we'll start with calcium ions. Calcium ions, when a few drops of aqueous ammonia are added, there is no precipitate formed. And that is because aqueous ammonia does not have enough hydroxide ions to precipitate calcium ions. Also, when you add excess, there is still no precipitate formed. But if you have magnesium ions, will form a white precipitate. And even on the addition of excess aqueous ammonia, the white precipitate remains. We continue further from magnesium ions and go to aluminium ions. They also form a white precipitate, and on the addition of excess ammonia, the white precipitate remains. Then zinc ions, which also form a white precipitate, but when you add the excess aqueous ammonia, the white precipitate dissolves. Into a colorless solution, dissolves to form a colorless solution. So the zinc ions, they form a precipitate with aqueous ammonia, but that precipitate dissolves. Then we go to lead 2 ions, also form a white precipitate, but the white precipitate remains. So it doesn't dissolve. So unlike zinc, whereby the white precipitate is dissolving with excess aqueous ammonia. So this forms the basis of chemistry practical, a section that is called qualitative analysis. The qualitative analysis, whereby when you are given a solution, you can be told to identify which cations are there by adding a few drops of aqueous ammonia or adding excess ammonia. And then the color of the precipitate will be as indicated here. So we want to make our table slightly longer. So we are saying that lead 2 ions, then we go to iron 2 ions. Iron 2 ions, we saw that they form a pale green precipitate with a few drops of aqueous ammonia. And when you add excess ammonia, the pale green precipitate remains. The precipitate remains, it doesn't dissolve. Then iron 3 ions, these ones form a brown precipitate, and the brown precipitate remains. Even when you add excess ammonia, it doesn't change. Now, there's something that I want to explain here, that the pale green precipitate is as a result of iron 2 ions. And the brown precipitate is as a result of iron 3 ions. Remember, we have 2 types of ion, or 2 ion cations, 2 positive ions from iron. So if you take this pale green precipitate and you leave it somewhere exposed to the air, it slowly turns brown. It slowly turns brown. And the reason for that is because the green iron 2 ions are oxidized by the atmospheric air to brown iron 3 ions. So that is as a result of oxidation of iron 2 to iron 3. Then copper ions, they form a pale blue precipitate, but when you add excess ammonia, the precipitate dissolves. The precipitate dissolves into a deep blue solution. So the precipitate in the case of copper and zinc is dissolving. And I think we have identified most of the cations using aqueous ammonia and the color of precipitates that they form. Now, I would want us to ask ourselves 2 things. Why the zinc ions and the copper ions form precipitates that later dissolve with excess ammonia. And on that we can say that copper 2 ions and zinc ions form precipitates which dissolve with aqueous ammonia. And the reason for that is because this is due to formation of complex ions. Copper 2 ions and zinc ions, they have the ability to form complex ions, and that's why their precipitates are dissolving when you put excess ammonia. So, for example, in the case of copper 2 ions, the white precipitate we saw earlier is copper 2 hydroxide, which is pale blue. When you add excess aqueous ammonia, we form a complex ion that is written as this, a complex ion so this is a pale blue precipitate of copper. You add excess aqueous ammonia, you form a complex ion that is called tetraamine copper 2 ion. Tetraamine copper 2 ion. And this is a deep blue solution. And that is why we are saying that the blue precipitate in copper dissolves into a deep blue solution. For the case of zinc, the precipitate was due to the formation of zinc hydroxide. Zinc hydroxide. And when you add excess ammonia solution, there is formation of a similar complex ion that we call tetraamine zinc 2 ion. So here zinc is a white precipitate, but to add excess aqueous ammonia, just like we had done up there, we form tetraamine. Tetraamine is 4 ammonia. Tetraamine zinc 2 ion. And tetraamine zinc 2 ion is